Hello everyone, this is AI. Okay, so what I'm about to share with us is something that's really hard for me to trust me, it's taking a whole lot from me to to say these things. Wow. Life hasn't really been fair with me. And quite frankly, life hasn't been fair with most of us. I don't know if life has been fair with you. So, you see, for me, at the age of 2, or is it 3 now? Between 2 3, at that young age, I was molested. Yes, for the guys, it's called sexual assault. So I was sexually assaulted at that young age. Well, in nursery school and kindergarten, I had a good performance in school. But when I got to primary 2, 3, that's grade 2, grade 3, my performance dropped. And it dropped so bad that I was failing. I like, when I mean good, I was usually among the top 3 students, but I failed to the point that I wasn't even among the top 11 students. In fact, even when I got to high school, I was still having poor grades, poor performance, that I had to write WAEC and NECO exams up to 5 times. I've had to deal and struggle with fear. I've gotten addicted to a couple of things. I've had to struggle with being addicted to pornography. I've had to struggle with being addicted to masturbation. I almost got into drugs. Cocaine, tramadol, codeine. I almost. But I smoked. Yeah, I used to smoke. And this was all while I was in high school, and I was also taking alcohol. I was a player, or what you call a flirt. And I've broken many hearts. Last year I saw a couple of young girls that when I saw them, I just knew that I had something to do with this one. If I lost count, I nearly joined a cult fraternity. I've had to deal with anger. I've struggled with anger. Cloud 9. I'm talking about cloud 9 anger, where I would get to the point where I can't even control my reactions anymore. I've had to deal with that. You see, I've also struggled with insecurity, and inferiority complex. Have really thought that I'm not good enough for anything. I've had to deal with that. Low self-esteem, identity crisis. I've had to deal with that. It's not really been easy. Trust me. My journey down to where I am, looking back, I know that I've really been helped. I've really been helped because, number one, I don't sound like what I have been through. And number two, I don't look like what I have been through. So I'll be here every Friday on this man to man podcast, sharing my stories, sharing my struggles, and letting you know how I was able to deal and overcome each and every single thing I struggled with. I'm not perfect. I'm still having my own fair share of struggle. I'm still dealing with some of these things. So I wouldn't say I'm perfect. No, this is not the voice of a perfect man. This is the voice of a man that has been helped. This is a man that is still struggling, has dealt with some struggles, and is still fighting his battles. This is a man that has refused to give up or compromise. You see, society has taught us and has put us in a cage as men and has told us that when we have challenges, when we have issues, we shouldn't share. We should, as a man, we would rather prefer to solve it rather than talk about it. Hey, I'm here to let you know that it's okay to talk about your problems. It's okay. You may not always get the solution to it, but you see, when you share, it feels like a load or a burden or a weight has been taken off you. Yes. Those things you've done and you're feeling guilty about, when you share, that load is taken off. So I'll be here every Friday. And I want you to know that you're not alone in this. You can win your private battles too. We've been taught by society that it's not that it's not manly to cry. Hey. I'm a man that has cried several times. Yes. So if you feel like sharing along the podcast, whenever you feel like sharing your own confession, whenever you feel like sharing your own stories or struggles with me, if you want to remain anonymous, that's fine. You can send me a mail. My email address is anaiang01@gmail.com. Anna Iyang is spelled ANAINYANG01@gmail.com. Or if you're on Instagram or Facebook, you can send me a DM. My handle on Instagram and Facebook is Anna Iyang. Same spelling, ANAINYANG. So, this is the voice of AI, a man that has been helped. And this is a man-to-man podcast. And you are listening to the confession of a young man. Hello. If you're listening to this podcast, then it means that I have finally overcome my fears to an extent. And I want to start with a confession. You see, I really had cold feet doing this. For the last couple of months, I've told myself, I'm going to start, I'm going to say something, I'm going to do this, I'm going to record something. I opened up the channel. Trust me, I opened up my channel, my podcast channel for a long time. Told myself, okay, this is what I'm going to say. Okay, how long is it going to last? Okay, this is going to be the content. I had planned everything in its way. But something kept on keeping me back. Something kept on resisting. And that's fear. I've been afraid of starting this for a very long time. You can call it the fear of the unknown. But I mean, what have I really been afraid of? I've been afraid of the fact that who is really gonna listen to me? Will I make sense? Will people appreciate what I'm saying? How far will this go? Will people devote their time to listen? You see, and I've really allowed my fears keep me back. I've allowed my fears cage me. And it's just like something that just happened to me recently, last night. I had an exam I was supposed to take since the beginning of this month. Since the beginning of this month, I was supposed to take an exam, just 4 modules. And after I read and I took the first exam, my score was really, really low. And I got so frustrated, I got devastated, I got depressed. I felt like I couldn't do it. I became afraid of the exams. Really, I became afraid of the exams. And I kept on procrastinating. I told myself I would do this. I couldn't even bring myself to read. In fact, I had to go to the end. I had to go to the end of the course, and I was reading the course from the end back to the front, back to the first. I thought to myself, okay, if I'm going to take these exams again, I have to read at least 5 times so that I won't get this low grade. I'm in a study group, and when you're in a study group, you get to see the progress. People get to share their progress. And I was seeing the progress that they were making. And I was belittling myself. I was seeing the score. I mean, people took their score and people were scoring 60, 70, 50. My first score, I had 30, over 100. It was so, and I even felt ashamed to even share it with a friend of mine until she had to ask, how is it going, AI? Are you taking the exams? I had to open up to her. Really, I had to open up to her. And okay, we now became accountable to ourselves. But yet still it did not help. Trust me. Accountability helps so much, but at that point, accountability did not help me. My fears became stronger than my goals. I became focused on my fears much more than my goals. I lost focus entirely. So the deadline was today. And we usually have this information session from our head in the school, who speaks to every one of us to keep us going, to remind us to study for the exams. So, as time would have it, I had to do a crash reading. Now, the crash reading, I wasn't still sure of myself. I was still dragging my feet. Like, I was literally dragging my feet. I had 6 courses to read in one night, and I had just 3 hours to read it, and I was still dragging my feet. Take note, I had read these courses before, but I was still afraid of taking the exams. So it was 12 midnight, and I went to the study group, and I checked, and I saw an information that at midnight, the link for the exams will be revoked. And you know what that means? Wow, I've come this far. I've gotten accepted into the institution, and I'm about to get rejected. Why? Because I couldn't finish the exams. So in the space of 10 minutes, I did not read anything anymore. My only concern there was finishing. I didn't care anymore about my score. Yeah, and I think I also saw a comment from someone else encouraging us that we shouldn't feel bad about getting low grades. That what the system does is that it calculates an average of our score. So if someone gets 40, 30 in a particular quiz, the person shouldn't feel bad. It's the system. I'm like, okay, if the system, no wahala, whatever happens, even if, like, at that point, I was all ready to score 30. I was ready to fail all through. I didn't give a damn anymore. I mean, who cares? Yeah, and I also saw another comment by the head of admin that for us to continue in the school, we have to pass. Sorry, we have to complete the exams. They may not 100 on a scale of 1 to 100, they may not totally consider the scores. So I'm like, okay, so even if I fail now, they can still, maybe I can fall amongst the category of persons that let my people go. Like, at that point I just couldn't take it anymore. So I had just 20 minutes to take all the exams before the link was revoked, and I started taking the exams. Of course, when I took the first exams, I had 30. I said, what the hell? Then I took the second exams. I did not do any revision because I had already read before. I took the second exams. I scored 60. I was like, wow, I can score 60, really? That pumped me up. That got me motivated to take the next one. I took the next one, 60 again. It was quite amazing. I was thrilled. I was like, what? Really? Is this what I've been believing myself for? Telling myself I'm read enough? I mean, I could have just taken these exams ever since, and I would have gone. And there are people on my group, people in my group, who had taken. Now see, people can oppress you really. From the first week, people had already finished taking their exams, or that was already discouraging. But you see, as time went on, people started complaining that they are taking the exam, but how come their score is not 100? Because you need to get to 100 before you move to the next, before you know that you're done. So I saw comment, people were taking the exam and they were not getting to 100. That one had gotten me discouraged, because I was like, me that I've never finished it. How would I even come and get 100? But in that night, in the space of 20 minutes, guys, I believe I'm talking to guys. I believe I'm talking to men. In the space of 20 minutes, I got 100. Like, the total score of all my results equated to 100. I was in shock. I was literally amazed. I was bewildered. And I was confused. I said to myself, wow, what if I had allowed this day pass and I did not give it a try? I would have allowed fear rob me of my goal. That's my confession. I have allowed fear rob me for a long while from achieving what I set to achieve. I had allowed fear stop me, prevent me from starting this. So you're listening to me right now. No, I may not have totally conquered the fear, but right now I'm putting my foot down and I'm saying to fear, you have no control over me anymore. I'm going to this. I don't care who listens. I don't care how far it goes. I mean, it is better I try than not to try. It is better I try and fail and try again than not to try anymore. It is better I try and fail and keep on trying than allow myself, give myself defeat. It is better I get rejected. It is the system. It is to use my own hand. this message because I know that it is typically impossible that I will be the only one in this situation. I want you to know that you're not alone. Oh yes, you're not alone. In the next podcast, I will be sharing another confession. And in subsequent podcasts, trust me, I have lots of confessions to share with you people. I do. I will be sharing lots of confession about my sexual promiscuity, about about my anger, about my inferiority complex, about my insecurity, about my addictions. I've had many scars that I would have probably not been bold enough to talk about. But I'm not going to allow fear keep me anymore. Because I'm reaching out. This is me reaching out to you and telling you you're not alone. Hey, you are a guy, you are a man, you're a young man, you're struggling, you're going through the same fear. You are not alone. I'm here. And not just I, there are 1,000 other guys. So you're not alone. In this race of life, you are not alone. Don't give up. Don't allow fear rob you of your destiny. Don't allow fear rob you of your purpose. Don't allow fear rob you of your goal. Don't allow fear rob you, stop you, and prevent you from hitting the tracks and doing what you set out to do. Believe in yourself. Nobody cares. Trust me, nobody cares about the reason why you were unable to do it. Everybody is looking out for the success story. Everybody is looking out for the glory. Everybody is waiting to see you at the finish line. Nobody cares how many times you went for training. Nobody cares how many times you had to discipline yourself to wake up and to hit the gym. Nobody cares how many times you had to motivate yourself. Nobody cares. Nobody cares what the odds were stacked against you. Nobody cares about the challenges. Nobody even cares you allow the challenges. So don't think that people would be sympathetic with your excuses. Nobody cares about that. What people care is that you made it, and you have to make it for them to know that you made it. You have to also make it for you to know that you made it. Don't let fear stop you. I did not let fear stop me, and I'm glad. And I want you to also tell yourself, I won't let fear stop me. Hello everybody. Hello guys, to every one of you listening. So this is a second podcast titled My Confession. Yes, I have another confession to make. So these things are really, for me, it's really hard, first of all, sharing this. I would prefer to just keep quiet and not talk about it. But I'm sharing it because I want you all to know, first of all, I'm not perfect. And secondly, I'm doing this to reach out to as many persons as would be in my shoes, for you to know that you're not alone. That what you're going through, you're not the only one going through it. There are many more like you. I'm here also. So, for a while now, while growing up, have struggled with insecurity. You know what is insecurity? Insecurity is when you feel unsure about yourself, when you have lack of confidence about yourself, when you have a low self-esteem. You know, when you're in that situation and you are always thinking that other people are gossiping about you. Probably you're in a gathering, you're in a group of friends, and you hear people whispering, and you always feel like, these people are talking about me. That's insecurity. Yes, I know, especially the part of the low self-esteem. A lot of my friends who would be hearing this, I know that you would be surprised. You'd be wondering, are you low self-esteem, you lack of confidence? Yes, actually, that's true. You see, most times it's not really about what we're doing on the outside, but when we come back home, when we come back to our closet, to our secret place, we know the things that we deal with. You see, because for me, while growing up, I had a whole lot of strain on my self-image, and I'm talking about the way I was brought up. Now, I was brought up with a very, very hard hand. When I mean hard hand, I mean my dad never spared me on anything. So any little mistake I would make, I would be lashed. Now, I wasn't being lashed physically all the time, but I was being lashed mentally. So you see, those mental lashing caused a despair. It made me not to believe less of myself. I remember those days, coming back from primary school, as little as I was, and I wouldn't be able to do my mathematics assignments properly. And my dad would say things like, you don't have sense, you don't pay attention in class. You see, I was hearing those words continuously, and it began to form what I was believing about myself. I was hearing constantly, I don't have sense. So it registered in my mind, I don't have sense. Low self-esteem, down. So I didn't have confidence in myself. I didn't even think I had sense. So you would find me in class when a teacher asks questions, I would probably have the answer, but I won't raise up my hands to answer. Why? Of course, I don't have sense. That was the mental image that built up, and it became like an anthem. So any little mistake I would make, I don't have sense. That was always the words that was always being used on me. And you see, I for me right now, I really don't blame my dad, even though I suffered that. Yeah, I suffered that in a way. But you see, back to me now. That wasn't the only thing, because that was only the only words that I was getting from him. Trust me, I received little of encouragement. I would always do so much just to try to impress my dad, do so much just to try to impress my parents, but a little mistake would just ruin everything. A little mistake would ruin everything. I remember, it got to a point where sometimes I would be at home, and immediately my dad would come back. I would probably be in the sitting room, and once I hear the car sound of my dad driving into the compound, knowing he's back, immediately I would leave the sitting room and I would head into my room, because I knew that even if I did everything right, and he spots a little thing that I did not do well. Probably I forgot to change the light bulb in the convenience, or anything. It could be anything. It could even be as little as I didn't properly arrange the floppers, the slippers. Everybody, maybe I scattered mine. It could be as little as that, It could be as little as, okay, I forgot to replace something the way that I carried it. As little as that, it affected me. Trust me, really. So I would always run into my bedroom just to have peace, quiet, and should I say tranquility? Yes. So, I remember even there would be days where I would come back and I'm all tired, And my mom usually complained. My mom noticed, and she was complaining about how I was so withdrawn from everybody. So I was like, okay, no problem. In a way not to be withdrawn from everybody, I won't stay in the sitting room, but let me be in his room. So most times I would be in my parents' room, and even when, it became automatic. The moment I just heard the sound of his car driving to the compound, it became a reflex action. I would leave. I will leave, and that affected me growing up as a child. As you don't trust me, even growing up now, like really, honestly, for me right now, some years back, I had to move. Now because of that, I had to move out of my parents' house. That was not the main reason, but that was one of the reasons. I had to move out of my parents' house. I had to build my own confidence on myself. I had to gain that respect. And you see, moving out restored for me, moving out of my parents' house in a way restored the respect. So these days when I go back to my when I go to visit my parents, you see, there will be accolades, there will be respect. A few days ago, I was in my parents' house. I was having a conversation with my dad. I didn't used to have that. In fact, I never had that. Going back, and he was like, you've stayed in this. We are in the same town. You tell me you stayed in this town for over 2 weeks. We've not heard anything from you. Wow, I'm like, wow, my dad actually misses me. But growing up wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. So you see, so I wouldn't say I have been able to totally deal and conquer insecurity. I have my moments. I have my own fair share. I have my own fair share. But you see, I'll just share with you some things that helped me to deal with my insecurity. And one thing I'd like you to know is this. And don't forget this. For any reason, don't forget this. The reason why you're feeling insecure, the real reason, aside every other traumatic event, aside everything that is contributing to you feeling insecure, the main reason why you are insecure is that you have come to a point where you believe that no matter what you do, you are not enough. Yes. So I want you to realize from this moment onward that it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't matter the mistakes you've made. It doesn't matter what people are saying about you. What matters is that you are enough. Being enough is not something that somebody will make you feel enough. You are enough. Yes, you are enough. So few things you could apply while dealing with insecurity. Number one, affirm your value. Know your worth. You need to understand that you're worth something. You're not worthless. You're not. When you wake up every morning, remind yourself. Get a sheet of paper and write it somewhere and stick it to the wall. And remind yourself that you're not worthless. Celebrate your small victories and the private victories. You set a target for yourself and you were able to accomplish, even though the world doesn't see it. Celebrate it. Celebrate it. You are worth something. You are not worthless. Number two, prioritize your needs. Prioritize your needs. Don't belittle the things that you want. No. Your needs are important. What you want are important. And don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Number three, make out time to be happy. Make out time to be happy. You see, for me, what makes me happy, I call it my love language. What makes me happy is food. So there are times that I take myself out and I give myself a treat. Don't wait for someone to make you happy. The power to be happy lies within you. So make yourself happy. Whatever would make you happy, do it. Do it. For me, it's also buying gifts. There are days that I surprise myself. I just buy a gift for myself and I surprise myself. I gift myself. I buy things for myself because it makes me happy. Remember, those three things would work. So remember, as I round up to close, remember, even though nobody likes you, and even though it feels like nobody likes you, hey, like yourself. Did you hear me? Like yourself. Don't wait for people to like you. Like yourself. Pick a mirror and admire yourself. You're handsome. If you're a lady probably watching this, you're beautiful. The Creator took time to create you. You're His master. You see, you are an offspring of the Master. You are a piece of the Master's creation. That makes you a masterpiece. Hey, admire yourself. Love yourself. Don't try to impress people or try to please them. No. Don't wait for someone to praise you. See, people may not praise you no matter how well you do things for them. Praise yourself. Encourage yourself. Okay? Do it for yourself. You are enough. I want you to remember this. So when next you feel insecure, when next you are unsure about yourself, repeat these three words. I am enough because you are enough. Yes, you are enough. You can turn it into your wallpaper so that every morning when you pick up your phone and you look at it, you can remember you are enough. Thank you for listening to this podcast. So till I come your way next time, I have more confessions to make. I send my best regards to every single one of you listening. See you next time. Hello. Welcome to Man podcast. And you're listening to AI. And today we are on the confession. And this is part 3. So today I'll be sharing my struggle and I'll be talking about my struggle with pornography. Oh, wow. Okay. So, while growing up as a young guy, as a young boy, my environment wasn't my environment wasn't an environment that would, that can shield you from a lot of things. I can't really remember the first time I watched pornography, but I got addicted to it. Looking back, I can remember as a young boy, I think while I was in primary school then, grade school, I think I must have been in grade school. I can remember, peeping through the window of my uncle, and I was hearing those sounds. The sounds I'm talking about. The sounds that are being made when, we used to call it blue film back then. The sound from blue film, when they're having sex. I used to hear those sounds and, at first I was wondering what is this? What's going on? So one of those days I actually, went inside when I noticed he stepped out. I went inside the room and I saw, and okay, I think that was yes. So I think that was how I got contact with it. Because back then as a young child, when you're watching movies with your parents and there's a kissing scene, mommy will tell you cover your eyes. So we would always cover our eyes, and then they will reduce the volume. So I usually picked my cousin's phone back then. I remember using my cousin's phones to search on the internet to watch these things. And even when I got a phone of my own, it wasn't that difficult to find it. We knew the website, we knew Waptrick back then, XXX Porn, and the rest. And then came to go. To go was where we were able to express. To go was where I was able to really, really express my addiction to pornography. Entering those groups where nude pictures would be sent. At some point you'll be chatting with your friend, with your classmates, and most of them didn't know you were the one. So we had sometimes I would even hide under the covering that and when I enter some of these group chats, I would pretend I'm a girl, get all these nude pictures and share, and people would share their own back. Even times where I've had to sex chat on to go. So, my favorite porn was usually watching lesbians have sex. I really don't know what intrigued me or what struck me back then, but I would prefer watching lesbians have sex. I remember always taking my mom's laptop into my room, all in the name of I have an assignment to do. And at night, I would plug my earpiece, go under my blanket, and then visit the website. And as guys, definitely that immediately while you're watching porn, you would definitely have an erection, and then yeah, and these things led to masturbation. So it was really a struggle, for me. It was really a struggle having to deal with pornography, At some point, I didn't know it was an addiction. I didn't even know that I was addicted to it until when I got to the point that I couldn't stop myself from watching it. I always wanted to watch it. Whenever I'm on the internet, there is no how when the message pops up, I will definitely click. If I didn't click, then if I did not click, it would have probably been because I was in public. I was sitting in the room with my parents, or there was someone beside me. Every night I would crave to watch these things. Every night I would crave to watch it. It didn't just leave me at watching the pornography. I got to the point where I would masturbate, and after masturbating, I would feel guilty. In the next segment, I'll talk about masturbation, and I'll talk about my guilt. So, I've had my own struggle of pornography. It got to a point where, because of this, I had to even stop going to church, and even a fellowship I used to attend back then. I mean, like, here I was looking for help, and help wasn't coming. Here I was looking for help, and there wasn't anyone I could even trust to even talk to. So, but you see, that's my story, and I can tell you that today, right now, pornography is the least of my problem. I'm no longer addicted to pornography. I think I've stayed up to 7, 8 years, up to 7 or 8 years without watching pornography. I can be on the net, surfing the net, even at night. No matter how the nude picture wants to pop up on my browser, on my phone screen, on my laptop screen, I won't click. I know where the X button is. So I've dealt with pornography. Trust me, these thoughts usually come. Oh, that's where the main battle is. The thoughts usually enter my head. Guy, how far? Let's watch something. But I've been able to, overcome. I've been able to deal with that. And if I was able to do that, then trust me, you too can do it. Yes, you too can do it. So I want you to know that there's hope for you. There is. There's hope for you. Don't feel bad. Don't feel dirty. There's hope for you. Thank you for listening to this podcast. Till I come your way next time. Best regards. Hello, this is AI, and welcome to the Man to Man podcast. So, last time I was talking about my confession on pornography. Today, I'll be talking about. Trust me, these things are hard. Okay. I don't even know how and where I get the strength from to say these things, but I don't look like what I've been through, and I don't sound like what I've been through. I'm naked. I'm coming naked before you guys, and I'm unashamed. And like I said, I'm doing this so that each and every one of you listening to me, you can also get to this point where you can deal with what you're struggling with. So today I'll be talking about masturbation, how I struggle with masturbation. One thing I've come to realize that it is easier for me to even say what I want to talk about than for me to even start talking about it. Okay. Yeah, so watching those pornography videos, watching those sex scenes, blue films, it didn't just leave me at watching them alone. I had to respond to the erection, I had to respond to the erection, and most times, these things I would watch them alone. So probably, if it was during the daytime, the next thing that would have happened would have been, to have sex. But since I was usually alone in my room and at night, the only way to respond to it was to truck hard on my manhood. You know that feeling when you're holding your manhood and you're shrugging it up and down. The sensation, the energy, the blood rush, the feeling of satisfaction immediately. And when you get to that point of excreting sperm, all that emotional rush will just come to an end. Most times it would be on my bed, and when I'm done, my boxer is all soaked. Most times, or rather other times, when I'm done and when I sleep, the wet dreams will set in. So, as if getting wet when I did it physically wasn't enough, I would wake up and have wet dreams. And there were some nights that I didn't even watch pornography or I didn't even masturbate. But that memory, it stopped. The memory of the pornography stopped. So it registered, and I would have wet dreams, and I would dream about these things, and when I wake up, I know something has happened. There was an evidence, there was a soaking. My boxer would tell me that something has happened. Guys, you know that it's there's no way that only your boxer will get soaked. Your pajamas, if you're wearing a pajamas. If you weren't even wearing a pajamas that night, your bed sheet would feel it. Most times I would masturbate in the bathroom. Most times I usually masturbate while watching a picture of a naked girl. Most times while I'm having sex chat on 2Go, when they send the nude pics, I would masturbate. I got so addicted to it that that was all I ever wanted. If there was no sex chatting, if there was no pornography, and if there was no masturbation, I couldn't go 2 days without doing it. I couldn't. I just had to find a way around it. There was this desire, this craving, this want for it. And each time I was done, I would feel dirty. One of the most scariest parts was waking up every morning. You can smell it from you can smell it. Yeah, you can perceive it. So I wake up every morning and I'm like, sometimes I wake up so late and it is my mom's call that is waking me up, and I will be so scared. I hope she doesn't smell this thing. And quickly I'll pull off my boxer and just fold it and then hide it somewhere. Then gently, next time I will just wash it and then. So I've had to deal with masturbation. Yes, I used to struggle with masturbation. And I can tell you that right now, I'm no longer addicted to masturbation. I can't remember the last time I masturbated. I think it's 7 to 8 years. Same with pornography. For 7 to 8 years, I haven't masturbated. I haven't. So I've been able to deal with that. And it's possible, I used to think that it's not possible. In fact, I didn't even know when I started, I didn't even know that this is what it was called. I just thought it was one of those normal things that guys do. But right now, I don't struggle with masturbation anymore, and it's possible not to be addicted to masturbation. It's very possible. Society has taught us that some of these things that we struggle with, that there's no help for us. Hey, guys, man, that's why I'm here on this podcast to tell you that it is possible to end the addiction. I am an ex-masturbator. It's possible to come out of it. Very possible. If I came out of it, you can come out of it. It wasn't easy dealing. It wasn't easy fighting those battles. I remember those nights. When I told myself I would not do it anymore, I remember those nights. Just after saying I will not do it, and I'm browsing, the image would pop up. And I'm like, no, I don't want to. And I'll click X the first time. I'll keep on browsing. It will pop up again. I'll click X again. But I'll go back. I'll just find myself somehow. No matter how many X's I clicked, I still knew that it was just a matter of XXX, and I'm back on the website watching it. No matter how many X's I clicked, I knew that the image had already registered on my mind. So X marks the spot, and it was just a little trigger. So it got to a point that I wasn't even, when I was dealing with pornography and masturbation, it got to a point that it got to a point that wow. It got to a point that I was fighting. While fighting, I wouldn't go to the website, but while lying down on my bed, those images would flash. My imagination got active. I would visualize these things. So I was no longer using my phone or a laptop to watch pornography and to masturbate. The images were just coming at me. It became an obsession. So I would close my eyes about to sleep. Those five minutes on my bed, the images I would watch. I was watching it with my mind. And I would find myself masturbating again. The hard part of having to deal with this addiction wasn't staying away from watching it on my phone or on my laptop or even on the movies. The hard part about this was knowing that the images were registered in my head. It felt like the only way to stop it was to die. It felt like I needed to get a brainwash. If I needed to forget, it was difficult to forget. Getting those images out of my mind was difficult. I thought that I would never overcome it. I really didn't know what to do. Trust me. I didn't even have anyone to talk to. I tried talking to some persons, but I just couldn't bring myself to share. Society has taught us as men that we shouldn't share what we are going through. So society doesn't give room for us as men to talk about the things we are going through, the issues we are going through. So it all bottled up inside me. But I didn't give up on the fight. I didn't give up on trying to win my private battles. It wasn't easy. It wasn't easy. Finding a way to distract my mind, fighting with my thoughts, it wasn't easy. But you see, now I can look back and I can say that I'm no longer addicted to masturbation. And I'm glad that I didn't give up on that fight. And I don't want you to give up on your fight either. You can break out. If I broke out of that prison, you can break out too. Yes, you can break out too. If you feel like sharing with me, feel free. You can drop me a mail. You can do a recording and send to my email, or you can type. Whatever would work for you. My email is anainyang01@gmail.com. I'll spell ANAINYANG01@gmail.com. Don't give up on this struggle. It's possible to overcome masturbation. You're not in this alone. I've been there. You have what it takes to end it. So keep fighting. Keep pushing. Keep dealing. And one day you'd look back and you would realize that the more you blocked your thoughts, the more you distracted yourself, the less masturbation or pornography had a grip on you. And one day you pick up your phone and don't feel like watching pornography. One day you just realize that you don't feel like masturbating anymore. One day you will realize that you'd go weeks, you'd go months without that urge of shrugging on your manhood. You'll be happy when that day comes. It's not far from now. I'm not talking about 1 year. I'm not talking about 2 years. I'm talking about something that if you stay on it, you can get rid of it in 2 weeks, in 1 month, in 2 months. So this is my confession. I used to struggle with masturbation, and now I'm no longer addicted to masturbation. So thank you for listening to this podcast. Best regards. Hello, guys. Well, I should be super excited because it's been an amazing week so far. Really, trust me. The number of persons that has really been following this podcast has really been encouraging. It's because of you that I'm here. So for today, there's another confession. Yes. Okay. So today I'm going to be talking about. I'll be confessing about my sexual promiscuity. You see. Yes. Okay. So okay. Earlier on, I had already shared that while growing up, I think that was around the age of 3 or 4, if I'm not mistaken, I was actually molested. I was molested by my house help. So it affected me. Now I didn't even know the effect it had on me until when I was fully matured. Then I now realized, oh wow, this is actually what happened. So while young, I was usually engaged. To me, I thought it was just play, really. Now looking back, I know it wasn't just play. Let me just share some scenarios with us. Okay, one of the occasions is this. Here I am playing hide and seek in my neighbor's house with his children. They are both girls. Hide and seek. So they would hide and I would seek. So this is me now finding one of the girls, finding her inside one room. That's where she chose to hide. And then from there, I would now get on top of her. I would sit down on top of her, pull up her gown, and I will also pull down my trouser. Here is me also again, playing hide and seek in my house with the same group of girls. And this time around, I'm the one hiding, and the other girl and the younger sister is the one seeking. She finds me hiding under our dining table, and then I get her to sit on top of me. I pull down my short sneaker. She pulls up her gown. This is me also in school. During break time, and there's a young girl seated beside me. I keep my hands on her lap, and I walk my way down from the laps, down under her pinafore gown, and down and down way into her pants. This is me also with another girl in school. We're in class, break time also. Okay, no, I think on this particular scenario, the class teacher was actually teaching in class, and my hands are walking down into her pinafore and into her pants. And when I'm done, I'll leave the classroom and go into the toilet and begin to perceive my figure. Ew, right? Then we also have me visiting my grandparents and then going out for a visit with my cousin. And here I am in our friend's house, and then her friend's younger sister comes in, and I'm all lying down on the bed innocently, and the young girl comes and lies on the bed also. We get talking, and before I know it, she's sitting on top of me. My short knicker is down. Her skirt is also off. This is me also coming back from school inside my dad's car behind with our neighbor's daughter in the car. And I'm walking my hands way into her pinafore and into her pants. This is how young I was. It didn't just stop there, of course. Because still growing up, I think all this was happening while I was still in primary school. When I got into secondary school, it was a different ball game entirely. I remember taking lots of girls back home. When my parents would not be around, they would definitely come over to my house, and then we would go into my room. I would lock the door, 1 hour later, they are out and I'm escorting them back home. I remember engaging in sex chats. There was this social media platform then called To Go, yes. Sex chat was reigning there, really, exchanging nude pictures and what have you. And yes, I also remember playing Carnival, and on several different years, several locations. Okay, I think this particular occasion, I remember one of those nights, and I'm standing there with one of these girls, and we are talking, we are hugging, and the next thing we are kissing. Then the other occasion, here I am also with another girl, we are talking, we are hugging, we get a spot, and the next thing we have what you call the longest kiss. Kissing to the point that my mouth is paining me. Oh my God. Well, I can go over about these things. I can go over and over. I remember even, is it in the fast food? Or is it the time where I would visit my friend and then we would invite the girls over? So I can go over and over about this. But you see, looking back today, that's all in the past. But that's who I am. That's who I am. And I'm not ashamed. I'm really not ashamed of my past. I've gotten to the point where I have embraced it. It's part of me. It has formed who I am. But now I'm a better version. It's not who I was. It is who I am. But now this is a better version. And I'm not ashamed that I did that. Probably have some regrets. Probably I wish I didn't. But trust me, right now I'm not ashamed. Nobody can walk up to me right now and try to hold me and say, this is what you were doing. No, really. See, truth be told, right now, there is really no scandal in the future that can come up and try to keep me down or pin me down. You see, because the way I'm even bold to even talk about or share these things, I would because I'm sharing these things with the world. I'm sharing these things with every single one of you. So 10 years, 20 years, 15 years from now, nobody can come up and dig up something from the past and say, AI, this is what you used to do. No, hell no. Even if the person does, and maybe I have forgotten, I will say, okay, yeah, that's true, I did that. So what you get? Why am I saying this? Now, many of us, we have some scary pasts. You have to embrace it. Your past is you. You have to own up to it. You have to get to the point where you are naked and unashamed. Hey, men, guys, every man listening to me out there in the world, don't be scared of your past. It is who you are. Don't be scared of the things that you've done. Don't be embarrassed. Don't feel shy. Don't feel bad about it. Embrace it. Own it. That is who you are. In fact, get to the point where you can talk about it. Get to the point where you can share it. That way, in the coming future, no one can hold you and put up a scandal on you. Because you have a great destiny, you have a great future, and these are the things that we've noticed in the couple of years that has kept some people back, that has made some people lose out on the things that they would have accomplished because of a scandal. Don't let a secret act become a scandal in the future. Speak up now that you're young. So next week I'll be talking about something different, but it's still my confession. I'll still be talking about another confession, but something else in a different light. So stay tuned. Thank you for listening. Best regards. Hello everyone. So this week I'm supposed to be sharing with us my confession on anger. But in the course of the week I felt like, okay, rather than just going to anger, let me talk about something else and let me continue from the line of sexual promiscuity. So today I want to talk to us about my sexual urges. And how have acted towards it. So, even after I felt like, wow, to a certain point, I've been able to control the way I react. I've been able to discipline myself and not act promiscuous sexually. Trust me, I've had several nights, I've had several days where my sexual urges has gotten to a very high point where it has been heightened. And that desire to masturbate comes back. But I'll say no. That desire to fulfill my sexual desire is so strong, but I'll keep on finding a way to distract myself, keep on engaging myself with activities. But on one occasion, something happened. So this particular day, this particular night, urges was so high, and at that point, I felt like I won't take it anymore. After all, people are doing it. People are doing this thing. What is there? Let me also follow and do. So I remember that night I picked up my phone and I sent a message to a couple of friends, female friends, trying to book appointment with them, which of you is free tomorrow and all that. One person says she's free, another person says she's not sure she's coming, and the rest. So I woke up the next morning and the urges had already disappeared. The urges had already disappeared the next morning. I was able to hold myself and then just sleep off, forget everything, sleep off. The urges disappeared. So, but the appointment was already fixed. So, but the first girl came around, and I'm like, okay, if you're coming, I beg, let's just see what will happen. I had already planned everything. So she came that particular day. She came around. Now, earlier that morning, the second person who was like, she's not sure of coming, hinted me, okay, maybe she'll be coming by this time. I said, okay, no problem. Anyhow. So when the first person came, she came, we watched horror movie. I was really not into it all that though. But I think, while she was there, the urges came back, and I ended up kissing her. We ended up kissing. Yeah, we got romantic. But I didn't even enjoy it. It was more or less like I was trying to force myself to do what I don't like. It looked like she wasn't even in the mood. And then she left, Jerry. Then while she was leaving, the second person was coming. You know, for that particular person, I didn't even feel anything. There was nothing in my body. Nothing was moving me. Nothing was moving me to do anything. To me, the person is a good girl, so I won't even make any move. So she came. She came with a gift for me. And then she came over to the house and we watched a movie. You know, while we were watching the movie, she requested to watch a romantic movie. I was not even interested. I was eating. I had not eaten since morning. So I was having my dinner there. So she was watching a movie. While the movie was going on, the young lady asked me, when last did you do this? Now she saw there was a part where they were kissing in the movie. She was like, when last did you do this? In my mind, it has been a long time. I lied. I mean, what do you take me for? So I come and lie. I come and confess you did that. I just finished kissing a girl before you came in. What do you take me for? That was just me. So we watched the movie. We paused the movie. We got talking about some serious stuff. You know, life stuff, personal stuff. Got to find out what's been happening. You know, and all that. Oh my guys, before I knew it, well, so the first movie finished, we were about to watch the second movie, and she was like, I don't really like watching movie when there's light. I say, oh, no wahala nah. So I switched off the light, and then we started watching the second movie. You know, thinking about it now, I see where it was all unfolding. Yeah, I see it was all unfolding. So by the time I got back and we got back on bed watching the second movie, before I knew it, I looked at her, I stared at her. See, this confession sheet, I'm going to be all plain, all blank. I'm not hiding anything from anybody. I'm going to say the way it is. So I stared at her. She was like, why are you staring at me that way? Hey, of all the things I could have said, I said, I'm admiring how beautiful you are from the light of the screen in the dark. Hey, wait. That's what I said. So I kept staring And while staring, I leaned closer. While I was leaning closer, before I knew it, she grabbed me, and we kissed. We started kissing. We were kissing. We got so intimate. We got physical. She got on me. We were still kissing. The next thing, she pulled up her dress. I tried pulling down the bra. She said, "Do it." She said, "Remove it." So that I pulled out the bra. Yeah, we were still intimate, and then she pulled off my shirt. Before you knew it, she pulled off her skirt. She pulled off her pants. Yeah, my hand went. So kissing her on my hand, I fingered her, had the other hand on her breast, and while we were going, she pulled out my trouser, pulled out my boxer, and then she asked, "Do you have condom?" I said, "No, I don't." I was about to penetrate, but I paused, and I told her, "No penetration." So we continued. Of course, she gave me a blowjob. After I released sperm, I was tired. There's something about guys, once you just release, you're tired. But trust me, I was tired, but we still went on, we still continued. And, it was as if we went like different rounds. So she was not using my penis, my dick. She was not using my penis to strike. There was no penetration. She was just using it to strike up on her vagina. Yeah, and I was still caressing her body, my hands on her breast, kissing her, and all that. We went on to the point that she was telling me that she's tired, please. She's tired. That she's tired. Okay. So that's what happened. At that particular moment, I wasn't able to control my urges. I responded to it. And but here's what I want us to know. A few days later, she called again. We got talking. At this point, she was probably looking for a relationship, and I wasn't ready for a relationship. I wasn't ready to commit to her. You see, most times when they say, guys don't want to commit, no, we know it's not that we don't want to commit, but we don't want to commit to that particular person. So I didn't want to commit to her. I thought about it, but no, I said no relationship with her. So, but she was up for the foreplay. Some days later, we got talking, and the urges came back again. You see, this urge thing, it's like when you take cocaine. The first time the urge is coming, that desire to want it, the desire is there, and it's telling you, do it, take it. It keeps on telling you, take it. That's what you keep on hearing. That's what is running through your mind, through your emotion, the vibe, the energy. And the moment you take it once, it won't stop. You would have more cravings to take it more. The memory is there. It keeps on flashing back. You want more. Take more. urges kept on saying, go for more, take it again. So she called. Oh no, I was the one that called the next time, some days later, like, I'm free this evening, do you want to come around? And she said she's not sure. And I said, okay, no problem. And then a few minutes later, she sent a message that she's on her way. Wow. The urges came back. That desire came back. Wow, she's coming. We're going to do this again. But you see, then I told myself, I can't do this. I won't do it. The desire was there, but I told myself, no, I won't do it. I quickly picked up. I would have allowed her to come, but I quickly picked up my phone and I called her. I said, I had to lie. I lied. I said, I'm not at home right now. I'm around the area, but I'm not at home. So that's how she didn't come, and that's how I've been dodging. That's how I've been escaping. Now, there are a few things I want us to know from this confession. You see, number one, the night that it happened, when I woke up the next morning, if those people had come, I would have penetrated. Trust me. But that morning, I was already planning and thinking of going to buy condom. Not having condom in my house was intentional. I told myself I will not buy condom. And why? I made up the decision that morning. I said, no sex. No penetration sex until marriage. Yeah, I know oral sex, yes, but no penetration sex until marriage. Nothing. I won't go in anymore until marriage. What if she, what if okay, she gets pregnant and all that? So that morning, what if I contract a disease? That morning, I was already filling my mind with some mental blocks. I was already making a decision. That I was already solidifying my conviction towards this. And I went on YouTube. I had to even listen to some messages. I had to listen to a message by Dr. Miles Monroe on men and sex. I was already building my mind. I didn't know what was waiting for me ahead. For me, I just planned to just have, when they came, just kissing and all. I didn't see the other part. I didn't see the act with her in the evening. I didn't. So thank God, I'm glad that I made those mental those decisions. I fixed those mental blocks in my head. And I took the decision. I said, no, I'm not going to buy condom. So I'm not going to buy condom. What's the point of buying condom and keeping my house and saying, oh, what if? No. You see, that moment when I was about to penetrate, for those of us that are Christian, we hear plenty, we hear the word of God so much. See, the message that your pastor preached to you, you will not remember at that time. The prayer point that you prayed, I'm speaking to Christians now. The prayer point that you prayed, you won't remember the prayer point now. It is the decision that you made to yourself. The preaching you preached to yourself. That's what you remember. So when I was about to penetrate, it was words in my mind that replayed. And I told myself, no sex, no penetration. No. That was how I was able to escape that. Then, the few days later, when she was about to come to my house, after she sent a message that she's on her way, I sat down again and asked myself, do you really want this? My body wanted it. The flesh wanted it. Yes, I wanted it. I won't lie to you guys. I really, really, really wanted it. But I asked myself, is it really worth it? Is the pleasure worth it? Yes, peradventure, probably, if she had come again, I would have, the decision would have helped me, to say, okay, no penetration. But what if as she came, she drugged me? What if as she came, she had another agenda? Maybe she came with a drug, and while we were taking a drink, she put something in my drug, and then unknown to me that, I had to fill my mind with those thoughts. I'm not saying it is what would have happened, but I had to fill my mind with those thoughts. and then I had to starve that desire. It was so painful picking up my phone and calling her and telling her I'm not at home. It was so painful. But you see, when it comes to sexual urges, see, one way to control your sexual urges is not to stand it in, is not to go in front of it and stand before the woman and say, no, I will not do it. Is to run away. Is to find every possible means to run away. Run away from every opportunity that will lead to it. It was 7 p.m. that she was coming to my house. Man, I know what would have happened. So let's not lie to ourselves. Let's not deceive ourselves and say, nothing would have happened. I'm a strong man. It's a lie. Our body is not firewood. We have emotions running through us. If she had come that evening, we would have had it. We would have done it again. We would have gone another round. I would have been listening to my head in between my legs and not my head above my head. Every man, we have 2 heads. But we need to learn how to listen, how to pay attention. We need to use our head above our neck and not our head in between our legs. So I had to starve it. Trust me, it was painful. But now, after starving it, when she sent that message that she was on her way, now the first time that it happened, I have some brothers. They're not brothers, they're friends. They're male friends. About 3 of them. I call them brothers because they are like covenant brothers to me. They are accountability partners. So that evening, that night, after it happened with the 2 girls, I sent them a message. I had to confess to them. I say, guy, it don't happen. No, see what thing happen. See what has happened. The same way I am sharing this story with you guys, it's the same way I told them. I hid nothing from them. They rebuked me, encouraged me, told me, guy, maybe their word of advice. So see, even that evening, the evening of the second day, when she sent the message that she was on her way, I quickly sent a message to one of them. I said, guy, see how I'm feeling. Oh, that girl says she's on her way. Or more, I don't enter. He didn't even reply. Guess what? He didn't even reply. After I sent it, I was like, Kai, so wait, after this thing now happen again, this will now come back and what's the point now? What is the point? Let's not even go through it. I now carry the phone and then I called her. I want us to know this. You see, when it comes to sexual urges, and see, that's what I've been doing. That's how I've been controlling my urges. When it comes to sexual urges, don't allow yourself to be in a situation that sex can be possible. Don't. She's coming to your house late in the evening. Something will happen. Let's not lie to ourselves. Something will definitely happen. You are playing a romantic movie. Something will happen. Don't even allow it get to the point that she comes to your house in the evening, or she comes to see you when you are alone. Don't let that happen. Don't have accountability partners. Have some guys that you can talk to. So I'm going to stop here for today. These are the things that has helped me. See, now I can share with you people. I'm naked and I'm unashamed of my past. I don't look like my past. I don't look like what I've been through. It is normal as guys to have sexual urges. There's nothing demonic. There's nothing wrong about it. It's wild in us. But you see, we should respond to our sexual urges in the right way. We can actually control it until we are married. For me, I'm telling myself, no sex, nothing until I'm married. And I'm going to consciously run away from everything that will look like it. So in case you have any, in case you want to share with me, in case probably you don't know how to approach someone to make the person your accountability partner, I am offering myself to you guys. Be accountable to me. Send me an email, send me a voice note. If something happens, write to me. You see, because when you're done with this stuff, the guilt will come. You will feel guilty. See, guilt is one sickness that doesn't have a prescribed drugs. There is no drugs that can cure guilt. There isn't. You will not take any drugs to stop the guilt, and it can last for a long time. It can. But you see, one thing that helps is when you open up, when you share, when you're making yourself naked. You become naked to the point that you're not ashamed of what you've done. So those secrets, those things that happened to you in the past, I advise and I recommend, share it. Send me an email, reach out to me, reach me on Facebook, reach me on Instagram. You can reach me on WhatsApp. My email address is anaiyan01@gmail.com. anaiyan01@gmail.com. ANAIYANG01@gmail.com. My Facebook handle is Anaiyan, ANAINYANG. My Instagram handle is Anaiyan, ANAINYANG. I'll also give you my WhatsApp number. Reach out to me. Send a voice note. Don't be shy. I'm a guy like you. You're not the only one going through these things. I'm also, I'm sharing this to let you know that I understand what you're going through. I've been in your shoes too. And it's possible as a guy to gain control over these things. Because you see, truth be told, if you can't control your urges now that you are single, when you get into marriage, you may have the difficulty to control it. If you can't control staying faithful to one partner now that you're single, when you get married, you may have the difficulty to stay faithful to one partner. So let's take charge of our sexuality now that we are single, so that when we are married, we will not mess up. We will not cause pain and hurt to our future wives. It's learning how to react to your sexual urges and rather than responding to it. When you respond to your sexual urges, you are doing what it is telling you to do. When you're reacting to your sexual urges, you are acknowledging and identifying and coming to terms with the fact that you are feeling this way and this is what you want to do, but you will not do it. My WhatsApp number is +234 706776 9411. I'll take it again. My WhatsApp number is +234 706776 9411. I'll be looking out and I'll be hoping, I'll be expecting to hear from many of you. It's possible to control your sexual urges. Thank you for listening to this podcast today. Best regards to every single one of you. Hello guys. It's so amazing to know that a whole lot of persons from Africa, from Europe, from America has been following this podcast. Okay, so today I want to talk to you guys about anger. So this podcast episode is titled The Confession, My Anger. Yes. Okay, so many persons have difficulty finding out why they really can't manage their anger, why they really can't control their anger. For me, I had to understand the root of where the anger came from. You see, my dad, my biological father, has anger issues. As a young child, I can remember watching my father beat my mom. Just once. I have a photographic memory of him beating my mom once. Now, when I mean a photographic memory, I wasn't there I didn't see how he was beating her, but I was in the parlor. He came home. They had a quarrel. They had a disagreement. Then my caretaker that time moved me to his room, and then I was the room was close to their room. I overheard them exchanging words. And I remember hearing my dad, hearing him beating her and she crying. Now, I also remember my dad coming home several times and yelling, screaming at me for little things that I've done. Now, if you listen to my podcast episode on insecurity, you would understand what I'm talking about. I shared a bit of these experiences I had with my dad while growing up that made me insecure. Now, as a child, when I did something wrong, my mom would usually use the cane, but my dad never used the cane. This is how my dad punishes me. Now, trust me, I do. Now, okay, I wouldn't say this is how he punishes us. Yeah, because I've watched how he relates with my brother and with my younger sister. That's not how he treated me. See, these are things that build up in our minds, and we form a belief system, we form a mindset that gives us the legality to execute anger. So if I did something wrong, my mom would use cane to flog me. There were times that it got beyond her control. I would not just heed, I would not just change. When my dad comes back, the first thing he would tell me to do is kneel down. I remember he told me kneel down. My dad would use belt and flog me. Now, that was part one. Part two would be he would yell at the top of his voice, and he would pronounce insulting, demeaning words at me. Now, there were times where I would usually follow him to work also, to the site. My dad is an engineer. The times where I would usually follow him to the site and I would watch the way he's unleashing, he's responding, he's shouting, he's yelling at his workers, his staff, his supervisors. All these things that I saw gave me the legal right to express anger. I never knew that anger was building up. Number one, the anger was already in my gene. Number two, I grew up watching, seeing, and hearing the expression of anger in my family. Number 3, the experiences I had gave me the right to express this anger. So you can guess, whenever I am angry, I don't like what's going on, there were times I would talk back at my mom when I became much older. There were several times that I would beat up my younger brother. Literally beat him up. Why? Because he did something that got me angry, and I would yell to the top. I would yell at the top of my voice, and there were times he would want to prove stubborn, and I was like, I am your elder brother. I would beat him up. Sometimes we would fight. Even with my cousin, one of my cousins that grew up with us, stayed in that house, grew up with us. I remember on several locations we have fought. She's a female, my female cousin. I remember several locations we have fought. She's older than me. You see, that's what the anger did. It got to the point of I would yell at her, I would yell back at her. She would be like, I am your senior. I me? For where? Then we would exchange, blows, we would fight, we would struggle. I would hit her, she would hit me. At the end of the day, I'm the one that will get punished. I remember on my 5th birthday, at the age of 5, my 5th birthday, I got a birthday gift, a bicycle. I had a little birthday celebration. I got a bicycle gift. I remember one of my friends there who attended the birthday, so innocent. He went to sit down to ride the bicycle. Went to sit down to ride the bicycle, and I came out. I wore suit. I wore suit on my birthday. I came out, and he was already riding my bicycle. I was angry. Like, why will you ride my bicycle? It is my bicycle. Again, selfishness. Selfishness also gave me the upper hand, to be angry. Because I felt like, it is me, you shouldn't do this to me. Those times when my brother is talking to me, I'm like, I am your senior, you shouldn't talk to me. Who are you to talk to me? I need to talk back. I am telling you to do this now and you're not doing it. Same thing with my cousin. Selfishness. Thinking about myself. So, I felt, it is me. I became overprotective about myself, so you couldn't do that to me, And we fought so back to the story about my birthday. So seeing the young boy riding on my bicycle, I am riding my bicycle. You did not tell me. Why didn't you take permission from me? No, you should. I ran and So I ran to him. I remember running to the bicycle. He was still riding it. He was still moving. I remember running to the bicycle and grabbing it by the handle. Now with that force, stopping the bicycle from moving forcefully, he fell. And I remember he had probably injured himself. And I was still talking. Somebody has fallen down. I was still talking. Why did you ride my bicycle? Why are you on my bicycle? And the young boy, he responded. He was saying, hey, why did you push me down? Why did you push me down? That was how I fought on my 5th birthday. I would never forget him. We fought, and then my auntie came out. People were like, hey, Anna is fighting. Oh, he came out, and then they separated us. Now, you see how young I was, and anger was already building up. Even in my secondary school days, I remember fighting. I fought with a couple of my classmates. Why? Because they did something and I challenged them back out of anger. You can't do that to me. About 4 years ago, for those who know me, for those who have worked with me closely in the last 5 years, they've seen me react out of anger. Cloud 9. Now when I mean cloud 9, I mean to the peak, where I am yelling at the top of my voice, raining insulting words. 3 years ago, there was something that happened between I and a couple of people who were working together in a team. And it was 3 years ago that I started doing my best to work on my anger. So I thought that to a point I had worked on it, but that day I just let it loose. And and I was yelling at the young man. He didn't keep quiet. He was also yelling back at me, coming close to me. Here I am, I'm telling him I will slap you. When you get to that angry point, you are already threatening the person. I will slap you. I will hit you. Like you're no longer insulting the person anymore. I will slap you. And the person now tell you, slap me now. Hit me now. I want you to hit me. And you feel like if you don't, this person will consider you weak. This person will consider you that you can't do anything. So you need to write all you're thinking of it. I need to do something so this person will respect me in a way. This person will keep quiet. This person will not talk back at me. This person will fear me. So I remember hitting him. I gave him a slap. Everyone was shocked when I did that. Everyone was surprised when I did that. That was when I was a president of a Christian association, of a youth Christian association. You see, seeing that was when I started working on my anger. I did something for the very first time that I had never done before. I did something for the very first time that I had never done before. While we were there. See, usually I would do this and I would just walk out. I would just storm out. Boom. I would get out, and that's all. So for the very first time in my entire life, after slapping him, right there, I apologized. Wow. That was like a breaking point for me. I apologized to him. I told him, I am sorry. Trust me, it took so much strength so much emotion, so much energy for me to apologize to him than it took for me to slap him, than it took for me to react in anger. Because see, when the anger comes, it comes with a rush. And when you get to cloud 9, you're not thinking of anything apart from yourself. But it was a progress, trust me. It was a progress. After that day, I made up my mind that if I ever get to any point in my life that I can't control the way I react to my anger, I must apologize. Whether I am now, see what happened. What happened was that there was something that happened, and he was at fault. That's why I was really talking to him. The way I was even talking, I wasn't even angry at okay, I was angry, but I wasn't even so much angry. What tipped me off was when he actually talked back at me. So that thing in me, that selfishness, now TikTok. Man, why will you be angry? Why will you talk back at me? Who are you? So I made up my mind that if I ever get to the point where I react, immediately I must respond. It is not something that I will go back home and think about it and think about who is wrong or right. If I ever react immediately that same time, if the person doesn't work out or go, if the person is still around me, immediately when everything has cooled, everybody is relaxed. It will not be relaxed, but when everybody they're like, what happened? I must apologize. That's a breaking point. That's where whether you're wrong or right, whether what caused you to react in anger, whether what caused me to take an action out of anger, whether I am right or whether the person is wrong, I must apologize. Same thing with you also. If you ever get to the point where you react out of anger, whether you're right or wrong, anger doesn't make anybody right. Reacting out of anger doesn't even make your actions right. See, these are the things that I saw, and I looked at myself, and I wondered, if I don't work on my anger now, I will grow up being a wife hater. I'm not a fan of guys that hit their girlfriends. I'm not a fan of husbands that beat up their wife. No, that is totally wrong. A man should never lay his hand on a lady, no matter what she has done. No matter what she has done, a man should never lay his hand on a lady. If you have the strength to lay your hand on that lady, you should also have the strength to apologize immediately. So I'll just share a couple of things that has really helped me. Okay, now I guess people will want to hear this right now. You will definitely want to hear this. Last year, I worked in a new company. I got a job to work in a new company, and since last year to this year, there is always one thing that my boss and my staff have been saying about me. They say, Mr. Anna doesn't get angry. Wow. The first time I heard it, I didn't understand what they were talking about. Because to me, I get angry. When someone does something that I don't like, I'll definitely, get offended. But I won't talk back. I won't talk out. I won't even say anything. I've learned to keep quiet. I've learned to be silent. And then analyze it. Okay, this person, now I'll start sharing what will help you. These are the mental conditioning that I've given myself. Before I talk back, before I respond, before I react out of anger, I would think, how am I feeling about what this person did, and what did this person just do? You see, anger is an emotion, and what I'm sharing with us is emotional intelligence. Yes, how we can actually identify and control our anger. So I would identify, how am I feeling right now? I'm feeling angry. What did the person do? This is what the person did. Now, why exactly am I angry? I am angry because I feel like the person disrespected me, or I am angry because I feel like the person doesn't regard me. Those feelings are personal. Those things are always personal. It is never about the person. It is always about us. So let me say this. When you're trying to work on your anger, don't take things personal. Don't take things personal. Don't take things personal. Try not to be selfish about it. It's not about you. Now, what you're feeling is about you, but most times it is not about you. Now, after you've thought about that, the second thing now this is why I say this is not about you. Second thing that you need to understand, that you are relating with someone else. It is someone else that got you angry. So, which means, just as you are thinking about what just happened, that same person is also thinking about what happened. In fact, there is something that the person had probably gone through before the person met you. People do transfer of aggression. And when the person transferred the aggression, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are the person that got the person offended or got the person upset. There is someone else that made the person upset before the person met you. So the person probably did not have that opportunity to react. So when you came in, you look like, the right person for the person to lash out on. So these are the things that I think about. And I tell myself, okay, this person probably has a reason to do this, probably has a reason to say this. I may not know what the reason is. I may not. But the person in his or her view may even be justified for saying or for doing that. And at that moment, you see, while I'm thinking of all of these things, trust me, there is a war within me. There is a war within me. But while that war is going on, you see, cloud9 anger in me got to the point that I could literally feel heat inside my heart. And if I don't react, maybe they insult you now. So that war that is going on within me, I would win the battle internally. Anger is an internal battle that can only be won by you. Yes, I would win the battle internally. And I would just laugh over the whole matter. And I'll let it be. Now, I would bring it up, but I won't bring it up, I won't bring it up that moment, because bringing it up that moment when you're talking about something that happened between you and somebody, and when you're talking about it in an angry manner, that person will be defensive and that person will never learn. So I'll just quickly get a sheet of paper, because trust me, as I finish thinking about this, I have forgotten about it. Most times I will forget about it, and I won't even talk about it, because at that point it doesn't matter. I've forgiven you, you've done what you want to do. I've forgiven you. I may not entirely forget what just happened, but I'll forgive you, and I move on. But most times I would just get a book or a paper, and I'll just write down, especially in the office, I'll just write down what the person just did, so that later on, because you see, what that anger is doing to you at that moment, emotions has built up, so he wants you to talk back. Well, at that moment, you're just once I'm done, I'll just write it down, and later on, now I'll talk about it later on when I'm not even angry anymore, when I'm no longer feeling angry anymore. And the way I am talking about it, you would even wonder, so I even got offended, and that person will even take correction at that point, because I'm talking about it, and I'm even laughing. Now this is what happens many times. Whenever I talk about something that someone did to me that got me angry, I would be laughing about it, and the person would be like, and you're laughing about it. I'm like, yes, there's no issue. There's something I usually tell my staff whenever they are angry, and maybe I'm the one that did something, and then they get offended, and then they're now talking about it there, trying to make me. Now we have a cordial working relationship culture at the office, and this is also how I train people that work with me as a leader, that if I do something wrong, tell me. Don't have to tell me to my face. So when they are sharing up at that point, they are expecting me to react. No, I've heard you, and I'll note it. If I am angry about it, I will hear. But most times, many times, this is what I do. I laugh about it. See, that laughter alone is diffusing the anger that I will probably be feeling, that this person is talking to me anyhow. That's the thing that makes us get angry. Like, why are you talking to me anyhow? Who are you? Who do you think you are? I am laughing, and the laughter is diffusing the anger. I'm jovial about it, and then I'm telling the person, you're getting angry by yourself. You're not getting angry at me. I'm not the one that got you angry. Yeah. So don't take things personal. It's not about you. It doesn't probably want something like that make the person angry. So that's it. Okay, yes. So the people are not offering. I don't think if I shared what the guys say. This year they all say that I don't get angry. They all said Mr. Anna doesn't get angry. Mr. AI, he doesn't get angry. He doesn't get angry. In fact, I think something happened that my boss intentionally did not step into the matter. She wanted me to handle the matter. Because she was like, it seems that she's the only one that is talking, and I'm not saying anything. Because when I want to say something, I will say it in a jovial manner, and many times the people do take correction, and many times they don't. We're human beings. So on one occasion, I had to intentionally put myself in that angry situation. So when someone did something and I wrote it down, I wrote below it, get angry while talking about it. So while I was talking about it, after that, the staff, I overheard the staff telling my boss, Ma, I have never heard Mr. Anna talking like this. And guess what? She took correction. So, what am I trying to say in essence? As I bring this podcast to an end, it is possible to manage your anger. It is possible to control your anger. You see, for me, I have learned. Now they are saying I don't get angry. But you see, they don't know what I've been through. I've come a long way in this journey of life, and I've reacted wrongly. I have said things and I have done things I am not proud of out of anger. But now I have learned how to respond to my anger and not react. Reacting to your anger is, saying things out of anger, taking actions out of anger. But responding to the anger is identifying the things, identifying how you are feeling at that point and why you are feeling that way. Someone does something to you, ask yourself, why am I feeling this way? What exactly has the person done wrong? That way, when you're talking to the person about it, you won't be accusing the person. You'll be telling the person, this is what you did. You're telling the person when everything has cooled down, this is what you did, and this is how I felt about it. It will give the person the room to also respond. In my own opinion, this is what you did and this is how I felt about it. And you guys can come to a common ground and iron things out and settle things. Yesterday, I saw a post from two of my friends who are getting married. And they said that in their relationship, while they were in a relationship, they didn't quarrel, they never had issues. They had issues only once, and when they went to see their counselor, he asked them if they ever. He asked them the last time they quarreled. They said no, and the counselor told them, okay, don't worry, you people should go back and get angry, come back in the next 3 months. And you see, and when the guy was talking, he said that the only thing that up to now that they've not agreed on is where the church of the wedding will hold. I've always thought about it and I've always told people. I'm not supposed to be talking about love now, but you see, I feel strongly that it's love. When we get to understand love and we walk in love with people, it will be easy to love them and not to be angry with them. Because you see, it is love that will make you consider the other person, what the other person is thinking. It is emotional intelligence, see, that will make you understand that you're feeling this way, but life is not about you only. So don't take things personal, don't be selfish. The other person might probably be going through stuff that you are unaware of, to make you consider other person. So I've said with people that love and relationship is they prove that your relationship will last, or they prove that you are in love with somebody. It must not necessarily be tested by how many times you've quarreled or had issues. That's a wrong mindset that we need to change. It is not until you quarrel with, of course, there are people that have conditioned their mindset, guys and ladies especially. They've conditioned their mindset that if I don't quarrel with this guy, it means he doesn't love me. So all they are waiting for when they will quarrel. And you see, when they don't get it, they're like, this guy doesn't love me. See me right now. I do everything in my power not to get angry with people, not to quarrel, not to have issues with people. Why? Because I know what that does. That has put a strain on my relationship with people. I mean, we have had issues with people that I reacted out of anger. People so close to me that I went weeks, 7 days without talking to them. 7 good days. I don't want to be in that position anymore. I don't. I mean, why live life in circles when we can adjust the things that are not going on in our life and we enjoy life and we live life peacefully? It is possible not to be angry with people. It is possible not to keep malice. It is possible to be now, not entirely with everybody, because everybody has issues now, But it's possible to be at peace with yourself. I mean, I've had issues with people that it took a strain. Like, I mean, someone I've been close to for 7 years, and we had one small issue. I was always the cause. Now, I won't say she was always the cause. You see, that's it. Now, when you own up to your anger, you will take the blame for it. You will definitely take the blame for it. And the matured person should be you. Whether you're wrong or right, apologize. Save the friendship. Save the relationship. That shows you're matured. Don't wait for the other person to come and apologize. I've had issue with someone that we were close friends for 7 years for something I did. Whoever was at fault, I take the blame. But you see, we stayed for 4 months without talking. We would see ourselves and would pretend like we don't know ourselves. She was feeling pained that she has lost her friend. I was also feeling pain that I've lost my friend. See what anger did to us. See what anger did to me. One day, I had to swallow my pride. You see, it's also pride in this ego thing. You see, it is also our ego that will make us not to apologize. That's why I said it takes so much strength. So one of those days, I had to swallow my ego, and I picked up the phone and I called her. Now, I didn't even know what I would say, but I just had to call her and I had to apologize. She was even surprised that I did that, and she was telling me that she already got fed up and she was like, if this friendship will not work. So guys, let's not allow anger rob us. Try your best not to get angry. It is possible. Do not be angry. Now, when I mean do not be angry, I'm not talking about what you're feeling. I'm not talking about that angry feeling inside. No, it's a feeling. People will offend you. But you see, do not react to your anger. Do not say words. Do not take actions that you will regret out of anger. Rather, respond to your anger. It is possible to control your anger. It is possible not to say angry words. It is possible not to react out of anger. Anger management is possible. It is possible. See, this is self-control. It is possible to control the way you feel, the way you respond, the way you talk, the way you react when you're angry. So thank you very much for listening to this podcast episode on my confession. Please feel free to reach out to me via email. My email address is anainyang01@gmail.com. I will spell ANAINYANG01@gmail.com. Reach out to me on Facebook, send me a DM on Facebook and Instagram. Oh, I really appreciate the guys that have been sending me and emails. A couple of you sent me an email reaching out, sharing your own story when we've been talking, and I'm glad that you reached out. I'm glad that you found me as someone that you can be accountable to. See, that's the whole essence why I started this podcast, so that as I'm sharing my story, you can also share yours to me. In case you don't have anybody to talk to, there are issues, there are things deep down that you want to talk to someone about, and you don't feel like you can trust anyone. I'm here sharing my story, so you know that I've been in your shoes, and you can trust me. So reach out, send me an email, send me a DM on Instagram or on Facebook. My Instagram handle and my Facebook handle is also Anainyang, ANAINYANG. I look forward to hearing from as many of you that will reach out. Let us grow up to be future fathers that will not hit our wives. Let us become men that people will look at you and say, you're different from every man I know. Why? Because you find it difficult to be angry. Yes. So till I come your way again next time. And oh yes. I and a friend of mine will be organizing a men's conference. Yeah, the conference is tagged Mentality Conference. Mentality Conference. It's coming up on the 17th to the 19th of September. It's a 3 days conference. 3 days conference. The time is 7 p.m. Nigerian time. GMT, 7 p.m. Nigerian time. The conference would stream on Zoom, on YouTube, on Mixler, on Telegram voice chat, so you can join in for anyone. But if you are interested in attending the conference, send me an email and I would send you the registration link. Send me an email and I'll send you the registration link. Oh well, okay, let me just go ahead and call out the registration link. Yes, so in case you don't get it, you can still ask me for it over the email. So this is it. HTTPS colon, I think colon or semicolon, the one that is dot. Forgive me please. Okay, so dash, double dash, or W, or either use HTTPS or you use www. Okay, then this is the link that follows: bit.ly, all in small letter, /3, that's number 3, small letter Z, 1, number 1, small letter C, small letter U, capital letter N, capital letter K. www.small letter bit.ly/3 small letter Z, 1 small letter C, small letter U, capital letter N, capital letter K. Alright, till I come your way next week again. I send my best regards to all of you, and I believe and I trust that this podcast has really helped you. Thank you very much. Hey guys, welcome to another Confession Friday on the M2M podcast with AI. This is the man to man session. So my confession for today is thinking about it. Thinking about it now. In fact, it took me a lot to bring myself to share this with you guys. So I'll tell you people how I got involved with homosexuality. By now, and I believe you all know that at the age of 3-4, I was molested by my house girl. And while growing up, first of all, my favorite color is still pink. And my name is Anna. It's weird for a guy, you love pink, your name is Anna. And trust me, there are times that my voice sounds feminine over the phone. So This is just like an overview of the future. So going back, way back, how it all started. I know there were some couple of shows back then that I used to watch, but I remember playing dress up with my mom's outfit. There were times where I would put on her wig. I think 3 years ago, Facebook reminded me of one of those pictures. There were times where I would play dress up with my mom's wig. I would also put on her gown. I was playing, dress up. I was imagining, what would it feel like to be a girl? Or I would go way down to wearing her high heels. I would also put on the lipstick. So this is how it all started innocently. Really, trust me. It all started innocently this way. And there were times where I used to ask myself if I really like girls. Yeah, because it got to a point that I would just be among my female friends, and they would do things. Some of them would probably even undress or dress up in front of me, and nothing would move. Nothing would move. So, but now, one of those days, I went to visit a friend, and so this friend of mine, whenever I visit him and I go back and I'm about going home, we will just hug it out. We will just hug, nothing more. So, but on this occasion, when I went to his house, it wasn't just a hug down. Yeah, it wasn't just a hug. The hug kinda took longer, and he was rubbing my back, and me innocently I was rubbing his back. Next thing I knew, he was kissing my neck. I was like, okay, this is getting to feel awkward, but trust me, I think that day I really needed some comfort. I didn't know he was gay. Trust me, I didn't. We were all alone at home, so he got kissing my neck. The next thing, he was already sucking my ear, and that's when I was like, what is happening? What is really going on here? And the next thing I knew, his hand was already on my dick. What? And when his hand was on my dick, I could feel an erection. Now, I was confused. I was like, what's happening right now? Now, it wasn't so weird that his hand was on my dick, choking it. But what was weird was that I had an erection to a guy. Wow. Nothing happened that day. I managed to leave. I managed to, at that point I was like, I need to go. He was still insisting, Maybe all I was just doing was, just I knew I was done for. So I just quickly pulled out my phone from my pocket, and I placed it on my ear, and I faked a call, and I was like, I'm coming right now. So with that call, I managed to escape. You know, back then, each time I thought about that incident, it brought fear, it brought a lot of scary thoughts. Like, what if my ass was penetrated? What if I was given a BJ by a man, by a dude? Forgive my use of language and my choice of words, but you see, on this podcast, I'm being all raw. What if I had no means of escape? And it makes me worry how many of you have been in this situation, how many of you have been in this position, and probably you had no way of escape and you were dragged in. You know, for me, it wasn't just about that incident. That wasn't the first time. There was also a second attempt by the same person, and a third attempt. When I didn't know what to do and how to escape it, I just decided to stay away. But there are many of you that had no way of escape, and it was right in your house. You see, the affinity the affinity and wanting to be like the other sex, because basically growing up, I was the firstborn and the only child as a then, and my mom would always talk about how she wanted a girl child. Those things stuck. And for those of you that have listened to my confession on pornography, I'm going to say it again here. One of the porn movies, videos that I loved watching so much was lesbian sex. Lesbian porn. So the craving and the desire and the thought to be homosexual was already crippling into me. Hey guys, I'm straight. I ain't gay. I'm no gay. I'm straight and I'm not gay. And I'm glad that I'm not. Forgive me for saying this, but I love women. I love their body. I love that I'm a guy. It's not about my genitals now. It is not even about my chromosomes, X or Y. It's not. I am a man. I'm a guy, and I love that fact. My energy. The energy of a man is different from the energy of a woman. My emotions, the emotional drive of a man is different from that of a woman. My intellect, my reasoning, my ability to catch a vision and implement it, the perseverance, the resilience, the attitude. There is so much nobility in being a man and staying a man and staying straight. There is. Now you see, let me say this finally. There are two things that I've noticed. However, three. that has made people, especially men, young men, to move from being straight to being gay. And the first is their circumstances. Probably they were sexually assaulted by a fellow guy, by a gay, by an homosexual. Their circumstances. Secondly, is the issue of identity crisis. Growing up, and they know that they are men, but they are not really sure. Just like me, my mom was always saying that she wishes she had a female child. Those things, the identity growing up. My name is Anna, I have a female voice and I love pink. All those things shifting my grounds. I'm asking myself, was I really supposed to be a guy? What if I was supposed to be a lady? What if it was a mistake? I mean, my voice. What if this part were a mistake? Identity crisis. And then number 3, lack of exercises. What do I mean by this? Your lack of exercising your mind, lack of exercising your emotions, lack of exercising your strength, lack of exercising your spirit, and also lack of exercising your mouth. I will spend so much time, probably in subsequent podcasts sessions, I will talk about this other episodes. But you see, exercise your mind. When I mean exercise your mind, if you're able to watch this, then no matter what happens, right there where you are right now, and if you want to, if you feel like you need to stop, if you feel like you need to go back to being straight, you need to exercise your mind. You see, it all started with the thoughts. You thought that it's straight with the thoughts. You thought that you are not a guy, you thought that you were a girl, and you see, those thoughts formed your belief system. You start thinking about it. So you need to exercise your mind. You will need to exercise your mental strength, your mental energy, your mental capacity. Replace those thoughts. Tell yourself you are a guy. Acknowledge the fact that that you have the genitals and the chromosomes of a man. And even though those things can be replaced, it's not just about the genitals and the chromosomes, but you were made a man. Just replace those thoughts. Then, about your emotional exercise, some societies allow some excesses for some women. If you're a woman, you can cry, you can talk about things that you're going through, and this is you, a guy, you want to talk about the things that you're going through, you want to cry, but the society doesn't allow it. Go ahead and exercise your emotions, exercise the way you feel. If you feel like screaming, scream. If you feel like crying, cry. If you feel like talking about it, talk about it. And that leads me to the other type of exercise, which is exercising your mouth. Get an accountability partner, not someone who is also gay, but someone who you can talk to about the way you feel, who you can commit yourself and your life to. There are many persons there who you can't talk to, but however, there are also people who you can talk to. You see, for the fact that I come here every Friday, and I talk about what I've been through, I am stripping myself of these things. I am tearing every grip and every affinity that I probably had with it. I'm letting it go. I'm becoming free of it. So please, right now, right here, in case you probably do not have anyone to exercise your mouth to talk about what you're going through, I am here for you. Okay? I am here for you. We can talk about it. We can talk about it. I will be ending Friday confessions for me soon, but you see, the next season of the confession can be yours. The next season of the confession can be your own episode right here on this podcast, all based only on your confession. If you're listening to this and probably you also have things that you've struggled with and you're free with it and you would like to share your story to encourage others, please send me an email. If you also want to talk about what you're going through, please send me an email. Talk about the things you're going through. Send me a DM on Twitter. Send me a DM on Instagram. Send me a DM on Facebook. My email address is anaiang01@gmail.com, and my Twitter, my Facebook, and my Instagram handle are all Anna Iang. I will spell ANAINYANG, Anna Iang, the handle across all platforms. My email address is ANAINYANG01@gmail.com. Thank you for those of you who have been reaching out. I do look forward to hearing from as many of you as possible. Till I come your way next time, I send my best regards. Stay strong. Hello guys, welcome to another episode on the confession. So it's Confession Friday again, and today I want to talk about depression. Now I want you all to remember this, that the season of the confession, the season of the confession would soon be over, and before the next season begins, I would like every single one of you who has been listening to reach out to me. I know you have a story. There are thousands of persons out there that would be waiting, that would be willing, that would want to hear your story also. I know you would want to share your own confession. Reach out to me. Let's make the next season of Confession Friday your own story. Yes. You know what that would do is, first of all, it will help you lift off the burden and the weight that you've been carrying for so long. And you would be helping, your story would help every other person who is probably dealing with one thing or the other. I have not experienced so much. There are some things that I have not had experiences of. These are my experiences. There are persons out there that have different experiences, and your story might just be what will help them win that private battle. So I want you to reach out to me. Send me an email, send me a voice record. You can decide to stay anonymous. Send me an email, or send me a DM on my on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. My email address is anaiang01@gmail.com. ANAINYANG01 at gmail.com. My Twitter handle, Facebook, and Instagram handle is Anna Inyang, ANAINYANG. So I'll be expecting to hear from many of you. The next season of the confession will not just be my confession, but the story of thousands of persons out there who want to use their story as a medium to help others. So let's talk about my depression. So you see, I grew up, and at a certain stage in my life when my siblings came into the picture, two of them, of course, as usual, the love of the parents would shift. I didn't understand this. I didn't. So I began to feel, they are paying less attention to me. That's where it started. They are paying less attention to me. They are no longer taking care of all my needs. I no longer matter to them. Of course, if you followed my podcast, you would know that I struggled with inferiority complex and insecurity. So these things built up. So that crave, that desire for attention, and when I couldn't get it, of course, I would feel bad. But now, not just that alone. While I was doing my university education, going through college, at a point, I started very well. At a point, my grades dropped drastically. I was already on the grade of a first class. During my first year. But in my second year, the grades dropped. So it was really a hard nut to chew. I didn't even know how to tell my parents about it. Because from where I came from before my college days, before the university days, my secondary school education, my high school wasn't palatable. I messed up big time. Trust me. I messed up big time. Big time. Very, very big time. Many times I look back and I'm like, my secondary school education, my last 2 or 3 classes, I just wasted my time there. So I messed up big time. So university and college was a fresh start for me. So I started with all force. I made up my mind to be the best, and that nothing would derail or deter me from that determination. So when the failure came and my grades dropped so low, I did not know how to handle it. I didn't know how to handle it. I looked for persons to talk to for advice. At a point, I felt like quitting school. I felt like dropping out. I felt like everything around me should just stop. That wasn't just it alone. One way or the other, I still found myself finishing among top 3 in school. One of those days when I was writing my professional exams, see, I never really dealt with depression. I was just allowing it, I was just allowing it settle, and I was just moving. It was just settling, and I was moving and piling up. One of those days when I was writing my professional exams, I had prepared so much for this particular paper. In fact, to me, it was like the easiest. I was always asking questions in class, answering questions, So on the night to the exams, from my final preparation, I read. So you see, because I considered it the easiest exam, I didn't really pay attention to reading that much. I didn't pay attention to reading it that much, so I just read it the night to the exams. So that night, I spent all the night reading. I read my textbooks, read my notebooks, and when it was time to solve the past questions, the paper was before me and the questions 5 to 6 years back were in front of me, and I made several attempts to answer them, and I could answer none. This is 3 a.m. and I could not answer any of the questions in the past question paper for an examination that is 8 a.m. that same day. I was frustrated. That morning, all through the morning, I began to think of how I would just vanish, how I would just drop out, how I would just disappear. Like I wish I had never even started a professional course. Failure was already looking me right in the eye. At that point, that was the first time I thought of committing suicide. Just to disappear from this world. Let nobody even ask me what happened after the exam. I wish so much that the exam could have been cancelled. I wish so much that I wouldn't have appeared for the exams. I found a way to show up. And when they brought the question paper, it wasn't far from what I thought. I could barely answer anything. I was literally crying inside the exam hall. I felt really bad. Immediately after the exams, I just picked packed up myself and everything I came with, and I went to a friend's house and I cried. So there's also this time where I had a group of friends. We were very close. We were like a team. We were like a team, and we had some projects to execute. And I was their leader. But at the point, they hurt me so much. They hurt me to the point that I regretted ever being part of their team. I regretted ever knowing them. I regretted ever being a leader over them. And I was unable to heal from that hurt. Several times I had wished that I would not wake up in the morning to see them. Several times I had wished that because of the pain that they had caused me, I would just vanish. But I had to show up every day before them. And the most painful part was this. Even after several attempts to communicate to them how I felt, the things that they did to me, it still didn't stop. They still didn't change. Some of them did not even see anything wrong with what they did. Especially the part where the person who I called friend, hurt me so much. Feeling depressed made me several times. In fact, it was after we finished the project that I found myself always withdrawing from people because I just wanted to get away from people. I just did not want to be in anybody's face anymore. As risky as it may seem, I just wanted my space. I detached from a whole lot of persons. The suicidal thoughts did not end. My mental health was threatened. I could barely think of anything good about myself. So I had to take out time. I did not just separate from them just to feel bad, but I took out time to heal. I had to take out time to heal. I'm still healing from the process, from the hurt of the past. I'm still healing from the regrets of the past. I'm still healing from the mistakes of the past. I won't say I have totally conquered depression. There are days that it still sets in, and I would go back into my shell. But you see, I've come to realize that it's all a mind game, and our mental health is what's important. And beyond that, find a way to release it, to release those hurts. There were times that I got a book and I would write out my feelings, write out exactly how I am feeling, exactly what the people did to what the person did to me, exactly what the situation was, just to let it out. Because most times I couldn't talk about it to anyone. Not up until now that I've gotten some accountability partners who are guys also. So I'm still healing. And for those of you listening to me, and you're also struggling with depression, I know you would heal also. Your healing process has also begun. Give it time. Don't give in to those suicidal thoughts. As much as possible, you see, I started discovering what makes me happy. Rather than waiting for people to give me attention, and rather than waiting for people or someone to make me happy, and if I don't get that, I feel I had to take out time and make myself happy. So I have been taking myself out on lunch dates, buying myself gifts, giving myself treats, and making myself happy. Depression is the absence of self-love. So I had to love myself, and I'm loving myself. When I put on a nice outfit, I'll look at the mirror and like, wow, AI, you look good today. I will give myself I don't need to wait for anybody to do that. I'm not depending on anybody's compliment to make me feel good. I am enough. You are enough. Yes. Not just the fact that I am good enough, not just the fact that you are good enough, but you are enough. Everything you want, you are enough. Everything I want, I am enough. I don't need to depend on anybody. I am not entitled to anybody's opinions. I'm not entitled to anybody's gift. No. I am enough. I am enough to make myself happy. I am enough to make myself feel good. I am enough to take care of myself. I am enough to give myself attention. So I pay attention to myself and to my needs. And I go the extra mile to meet my needs. And not just the fact that I am enough, but I am also important. So I won't commit suicide because I know that this depression, I have the strength, the energy, and the ability to overcome it and to defeat it. And my generation is also depending on me to do it. Same with you. Your generation is also depending on you to come out strong. So when next depression sets in, and the suicidal thought comes in, what I tell myself is this: there's a reason why I'm still alive. My life is important to me and is important to someone out there. And I'm going to fight this. Life, this is not the end of life. This is a process of life. You see, in fact, I even expect failure. I expect the worst, and I also expect the good. Expect both. Expect both the worst and the good. Nobody can help you, Nobody can help you. Only you can help you. In this case of depression, people can only be there for you emotionally. But you are the one that has the power to come out of it. You see, that depression, when next it comes, when next you feel depressed, I want you to stand up to the things and the people that try to choke you. Try not to project sadness and do not feel bad. You can do anything that you put your mind to. Have faith in yourself and in your abilities, because you can handle anything that comes your way. You have the courage to keep going. You have the courage to walk your own path and follow your dreams. Your dreams are far more important than your fears and your depression and your suicidal thoughts. And you would keep on going no matter what. Nothing will weigh you down. Everything is a phase. And I believe strongly that you will make the best decision out of it. Depression is a thing of the mind. Our entire body responds to what our mind thinks. The mind seems to be the most powerful part of our body because of our control, because of the control our thoughts could have on us. I want you to guard your heart, protect your heart, protect your mind, protect your thoughts. You were not created to worry or to fear. Have faith in yourself. And of course, have faith in your Creator. Even when you don't know what to do. Even when you don't know what to do. A friend of mine shared something with me one of those days when I was feeling depressed. This was what was shared. God said, even if we are faithless, He remains faithful because He cannot deny Himself. So if our mind thinks that it is difficult, it will automatically become difficult. If our mind thinks that it is easy, it will automatically become easy. It's my desire, it's my earnest hope that every single one of you listening to me will have easier days where you get through everything and where you get through anything. Thank you for listening to today's episode. Hey guys. Hello. So, I'm glad to be back here with every single one of you. It's another Confession Friday. And today, I want to share my experiences on suicide. I don't know how many of you have felt like ending your life, but have been there several times. I have been there. Let me start from the most recent one, then I'll see how far we can go. Early this year, I was under pressure. Now I was under pressure from work. The pressure from work made me feel like I'm a failure. The pressure from work made me feel like I am a disappointment. The pressure from work, when I mean work, where I'm working, my job, the company I work with, the pressure from work made me feel like the years of experience that I've gathered in sales and marketing, because that's my field of expertise, the years of experience that I've gathered in sales and marketing, I have not been able to translate it into where I'm working. So where everyone is looking up to me as their manager to turn things around. After the first 6 months of operations and COVID last year, and then COVID came and kind of distorted a whole lot of things. So we managed to pull through. Entering this year was supposed to be a promising year for us. But things didn't turn out the way I had planned it to. And I felt like a failure. I felt like, why am I even here in the first place? Why did I get this job? Why did I take this job in the first place? I felt like resigning. I felt like quitting the job. And there are days that I will come back home and I will not feel like leaving the house and stepping out of the house to work. So all in a bid to distance myself, I went ghost on everyone. I went ghost on my family members. I went ghost on my friends. I became silent everywhere on social media, so that way, if I die, no one would know when it happened. No one would try to save me. There were days I would keep on thinking, what if I die now? What would I be remembered for? There are days that I've come back home and I imagine, okay, if I die now, how would they know that I am dead? How long will it take for people to realize that I am dead? There are days I've thought, okay, if I die now, what will happen? Who will miss me? In fact, there are days I ask myself, why exactly am I waking up? Why am I waking up every morning? Is life all about waking up and going to a job that I cannot produce results? Is life all about waking up, getting married? People are waking up, getting married, settling, going. Is that all about life? I began to feel empty. And in all that emptiness, I distanced myself from a whole lot of persons. About 8 years ago, while I was still in the university, first of all, 9 years ago, before I entered university, I struggled so much with failure. No, I did not just struggle with failure, I became a failure. For those in Africa, especially West Africa, it's an exam we usually write when you're done with high school and secondary school, and that is WAEC. And then for those in Nigeria, there's also an exam to write, that's NECO. So when I was leaving secondary school, I knew that my last 4 years in secondary school was a waste. I just knew it, that my last 4 years in secondary school, in high school, was a waste. If you would ask me what I was taught in biology, I would not remember. If you ask me what I was taught, I was just going to school just to pass exams. I wasn't even reading. I wasn't even preparing for any exams. So the failure was glaring. So because of that, I wrote WAEC and NECO. I wrote it 5 times. So I remember there's a course I wanted to study. So because I loved business, I was looking for other courses to study. I was looking to study. I didn't really have any flair for business management though. I just wanted to go out, make money, do business, sell. So I wanted to study marketing, but one of the requirements for marketing was mathematics, and you see that is what made me even write WAEC up to 5 times. WAEC and NECO up to 5 times. And my father, my biological father, looked me in my eyes and told me that I should forget about it. That I should go and do theater arts. Because at first, I had applied for theater arts because I did not want to, let me just go to school, get a degree, and then go and do business. Or let me go to university and study a course that will be less stressful, that I will not need to read so much. Because at that point, I already felt like I'm not intelligent. I already felt like I don't have a brain. I no get brain. That's how I felt. So I had gotten the admission the first time in a way, but I lost the admission. So applying again, and that told me apply again for theater art. Don't even think of marketing. And it made reference to my failures in mathematics. So what I knew deep down inside of me, that I wanted to do marketing. So against all odds, I still went for it. And when I entered the university, I told myself, it's time for a fresh start. The past is behind me. It's time for a fresh start. I made up my mind to be serious. And as God will have it, my first year, my grades were very high, that I was the highest. I was the highest in my set, just in my year 1, just in my first year. But towards the end of my first year, there were lots of distractions. So going into my second year, my grades fell. I saw my grades falling so bad. I knew that the next thing would be to be put on probation. Like, how does that happen? Who does that? So those thoughts of being a failure came back again. It came back again. I remember when I went to the notice board and I saw my result. I saw F, I saw E, I saw D, I saw a C. I couldn't even find an A. I felt like committing suicide. I just felt at that point that I'm a failure and I can't do this. School is not for me. School is a scam. School is not for me. I stopped paying attention to school. I was already thinking of dropping out. Because I didn't know how I would go back and tell my parents that, look, my grades were high in the first year, but in the second year, they are nothing to write home about. I already knew the look my dad would have given to me. I told you so. Three years ago, when I was preparing for my professional exams, there was this particular course that I was preparing for. I felt it was a simple course. In fact, it was a simple course. I was even participating in class, answering and asking questions, But when it was time for the exams, I didn't really prepare so much. It was because of that I didn't even prepare so much for that particular course. So I spent time preparing on every other one. So on the day to the exams, I spent time reading all the materials that I had. Not all the materials that were available. Because I felt it was a simple course, I did not bother myself to get other materials. So I spent time reading my notes and the materials I had. I remember reading during the afternoon, then slept, then woke up around 11 p.m. and I began reading, and then I read till about 1 a.m., 2 a.m. And when I was done reading, I picked up past questions and I began to attempt it. I looked at the first question paper. I was blank. I picked up the second question paper. I glanced through. There was nothing I could attempt. I picked up the fourth question paper. Of all the questions there, I could only answer one. When I picked up the fifth one, tears were already rolling down my eyes. I thought to myself, why did I even begin this school? There was nowhere that I could go and get materials by 2 a.m. and prepare for an exam that I had by 8 a.m. It means I just wasted my time reading badadash, reading what is not necessary. I wanted to drop out from professional school. I was already in tears in my room. I was already in tears. I remember picking up my phone and sending a message to a close friend of mine telling her what was going on, that I felt that I felt like committing suicide. And at that point, I just wanted to drop out. I was already thinking, is it possible that I would not even show up for these exams? I just wanted to disappear. You see, failure and pressure are two out of other things that causes suicide. Depression also leads to suicide. If you listen to my previous podcast on depression, so that I won't talk about that one again. The things that made me depressed, each time I was depressed, I felt like committing suicide. Failure, pressure, depression. Those three things are what drives us to have suicidal thoughts, amongst every other factors. But one of those days, while I kept on asking myself, why am I waking up every morning? What is the need of me waking up? For what reason am I waking up to see a new day? For what reason? Then I stumbled upon purpose. I stumbled upon the reason for my existence. And I came to realize, and since that day till now, I won't tell you that the suicidal thought has ended totally. No, I won't tell you that the depression has ended totally. No, but each time those suicidal thoughts come in, because it's all about a mind game. It's all a mind game. It's all in your mind. That's why it's called suicidal thoughts. So, and these thoughts didn't just metamorphose in our head. We have watched people, we have watched the news, we've watched movies. We've seen how people committed suicide, how people ended their lives because of a particular situation, because they were helpless, because of stress, because they felt a sense of loss of control over their life, because of pressure. We've watched it in the movies, and you see, the things we watch and the things we hear are gateways, a point of entrance into our mind. So those images, those sounds had entered our minds. We've heard news that's entered our minds. And one day when we saw ourselves going through the same situation that we watched or we heard somebody going through, we will remember. You see, when we are trying to find a solution to that situation, we will remember what the person did, that the person committed suicide. And so we will start having suicidal thoughts. Why? Because that is what we have already been informed about. We've already been informed that the way out of this is to end your life. I've been helpless. There have been days that I have really been helpless. 4 years ago, I embarked on an outreach. When I was going for the survey in a strange community, I was totally stranded, helpless at the point of need. I knew no one there. There was no way I could be helped. When I failed in school, I was totally helpless. No one could help me. I spoke to people about it. Nobody could help me. I've already recorded a podcast on insecurity. These are things that make us feel and develop suicidal thoughts. I've already recorded a podcast on insecurity, so I won't talk about that. So I have also felt insecure. I've spoken about stress and pressure earlier on. I've felt a sense of loss of control over my life. There was a particular time I felt like, am I really in control of my life, or is it people that are controlling my life? Events were just overtaking me and I didn't even know what to do. You've already heard about my family. In some of my podcasts, I've spoken about how I didn't feel loved. How at a point I felt like maybe I am an adopted child. Maybe I am an adopted child. No encouragement from family at all. None. Listen to me. I've said it before and I'm going to say it again. At the age of 2, I was molested. As a guy, it's called sexual assault. I was sexually assaulted at the age of 2 by the young girl that was taking care of me in my own house. Thinking about that, there was a point that I was dealing with that thought. When I was in primary school, I had a particular teacher who noticed that I was failing maths. Neither was my dad even helping me in mathematics. My dad is a math genius. You see, when I was failing in school and when I was writing work exams, at the point I began to develop hatred for my dad. Why? Because this is a man that is a genius in maths, and why am I dumb? Why am I struggling in mathematics? Okay, sir, help me. And he wasn't having time. He wasn't having my time. Back in primary school, I had a particular lecturer. He would constantly flog me. He was always on my matter. He made me feel like I am stupid, like I am dumb, like I have no sense. I would always remember him hitting my finger with a ruler. I would not forget that image. That image stuck. I've shared my life event already. Listen to me. Listen to me carefully. The reason why you are awake, the reason why you are alive, the reason why you are listening to this podcast right now is because there's help for you. If I am still alive, and trust me, I say this with all boldness, I will not take my life by suicide. I cannot die that way. Oh, my life is important to my generation. I have discovered that there's a reason why I was brought into this world. I don't care if you're a mistake. I don't care if your family loves you or not. You know my experience. I don't care about that. I don't care if you're a biological mistake. If we are born out of wedlock, I don't give a damn about the background of your family. What I am much more interested in is that your life is valuable, your life is important. But you need to do something, because you see, the end of your life is the frustration of a generation. You have been allowed, see those experiences that you've gone through, those negative things that you've gone through, everything that you've gone through that is making you feel like ending your life. I checked the statistics recently. The statistics of men that are committing suicide in the world is outrageous, much more than women. Much more than women. I know the pressure is hard, but listen to me. There's a reason why you are on this earth. There's a reason why you are alive, and your life cannot end by suicide. If you end your life, you are ending the destiny of a generation. There's a reason why you are alive. Oh, you may not know the reason now, but trust me, when you discover that reason, you'll be glad you did not end your life. You'll be glad you did not end your life. When I discovered the reason for my existence, I was glad that all those times that I had the suicidal thoughts, that I fought it. And I am telling you right now, fight those thoughts. Fight those thoughts. You can fight them. Your parents will miss you. Oh, your mother, I don't care if your mom is alive or not, but guess what? Wherever she is, your mom went through pains carrying you in her womb for 9 months. She went through pains. Whoever your mom is, whether you know your mom or not, your mom went through pains. I don't care how you came into this world, but the woman that carried you in her wombs for 9 good months, I don't care if you were premature, I don't care if you had a premature birth, but the woman that carried you in her womb went through pains. And as long as you were not aborted, it means you fought. As long as you did not die on the process of childbirth, you have been fighting before you came into this world. 1 billion sperms we are looking for a way to come out, and you fought and you won and you came out. Hey young man, you already won the fight as a sperm. You will not lose this fight as a matured man. If you did not lose the fight as a sperm, you will not use this fight as a man, as a being, as a formed being. Listen to me. Your life is very important. If you end your life, then you have wasted the reason why the woman carried you in her womb. Then you have made her pain to be valueless. You have made her pain to be nothing. So in case you think that no one will miss you when you die, remember the woman that carried you in her wombs. She will miss you. She may not regret, but your suicide, your death might lead to her death if she's alive. You may not feel like you are a role model right now, but listen to me. You see those experiences that you have gone through? Those experiences that you have gone through, you were allowed to go through them for a purpose. Every young man right now is currently dealing with suicidal thoughts. Do you know what will happen if you fight and win? Hey, I can't do this alone. I can't do this alone. The confession Friday is coming to an end. My story is coming to an end, but your story is about to begin. I can't do this alone. I started reaching out to men when I realized that no one is paying attention to us as young men. The women have been empowered. Who is empowering the men? The women have been educated. Who is educating us? The women have been saved. Who is saving us? Oh, I've gone through my experiences, and I'm here to tell you that I cannot do this alone. I need you. I need your story. I need you to fight. Because if you fight and you come out, see, remember, I am not even perfect. Some of these things I share with us, I'm still going through them. I'm still dealing with them. But you see, it is the boldness, the courage to even speak, to be naked and unashamed, to even speak in the midst of dealing it. And I'm sure and I'm confident that I cannot lose this battle of life. I can't do this alone. I need your story. Oh, if you win this battle, if you win the suicidal battle, do you know how many men you will save? The experiences that you have gone through that has led you to having and thinking of suicide. I don't have all the experiences in the world. My experiences are limited, but compared to what you have experienced, imagine if you survive. Imagine if you tell yourself, I will not commit that suicide. Rather, I will share my story. Okay, let's do it this way, just in case you're listening to me while you are about to even commit the suicide right now. Let's do it this way. Let's make a deal. If you want to go ahead with the suicide, that's fine. But please, before doing it, share your story. Share your story, and if your story doesn't transform a life, you can go ahead and commit the suicide. The experiences that you've been allowed to go through is not for you alone. You are a light. You are still alive because you've survived those scars. Your scars are a proof that you've survived those experiences. Oh, you may not have the solution to it right now, but trust me, help is on the way. Help is on the way. 3 days ago, I felt like giving up, but I'm still here. I'm still here talking to you, and I will still be here talking to every single one of you. Those experiences that you've gone through, there are many persons also that will come up, that are coming up, that are also going through those experiences. I may not be able to reach them, but you will be able to reach them. Many of them are connected to you. So why end your life when your story can change your life? Why end your life when your mess can become a message? You are here on this earth for a purpose. And don't be deceived that suicide is the end of life. No, suicide is not the end of life. Suicide is the abortion of life. Oh! If the woman that carried you in her womb did not commit abortion for you, why? What gives you the right to commit abortion right now? I'm going to leave us with this finally. One of the things that has really helped me also while dealing with this is that I have a friend. No one. I have friends that I talk to whenever I'm feeling depressed. Each time when I came to realize that I had to get friends, there are people I talk to. I call them covenant brothers. I'm a guy, so I also have male friends. See, earlier on, I had female friends. So the period of my professional exams, it was a female friend, someone very close to me. I sent her a message and she was constantly on my matter. Immediately after my exams, she called me and told me, "Where are you? Come over to the house." I went in, I cried. But I was okay. I have 3 close friends right now, guys that I talk to. Recently, I was just sharing with one how this month has really been frustrating. You see what happens when you share, they share also. Don't say you don't have someone that you can trust. Find the person. You may not even have 3. Start with 1. Meet the person. Make the person your accountability partner. friends. Not so much. Even if it is one person that you can always talk to. If you don't have anybody and you don't feel like you can trust anybody, I am making myself available to you. Reach out to me and share and talk to me. Make me your accountability partner if you don't have anyone. You see, a friend loves at all times, and a friend sticks closer than a brother. So guys, I'd like to hear your story. Feel free to reach out to share your experiences with me. Feel free to reach out to share what you're going through. If you have no friend, I'm here. I'm willing to be your friend. You can reach out to me. Reach out to me via email or reach out to me via Twitter, Instagram, or Facebook, whichever platform works for you, and I'll reply immediately. My email address is anainyang01@gmail.com. I'll spell it ANAINYANG01@gmail.com. I'll take that again. ANAINYANG01. That's the figure, not it's written out in figure. 0, number 0 and number 1 at gmail.com. My Instagram, my Facebook, my Twitter handle is Anainyang. ANAINYANG. Reach out to me. Let's help. Let's help each other. And let's do this together. Till I come your way next time, it's my desire that just as I fought, you will also receive the strength to fight. Remain blessed. Okay, so before I go finally, like I said, my confession series will be ending. This may be the last, or I may still have, I don't know how it goes, how it would go, but the Confession Friday, my story would probably end, but yours will continue. So the Confession Friday would go on. There would be another season, but this is the end of season 1 of the Confession of a Young Man. This is the end. So season 2 will kick off, but season 2 will kick off with the Confession of Young Men. So the Confession of the Young Man season 1 is ending. Season 2 will be the Confession of Young Men, the Confessions of Young Men. So on this podcast every Friday, from the month of October. Okay, next week Friday is even October. Okay, so for the month of October, it's going to be a series of young men sharing their stories on this podcast. You get to hear what other persons are going through also out there. You see, young men, we don't like talking, so I'm giving a platform. I'm giving the voice to young men out there to share. So I'm inviting you also have all this drop my email and my Twitter and my social media handle. Reach out to me if you also want to be featured on this. You can stay anonymous. Nobody needs to know that you are the one. You may not be as bold as I am to say my name and everything, but you can remain anonymous. That's left to you. However, another podcast season will be launching soon. And it's going to be titled Shape, Discovering Your Purpose. Shape, discovering the reason for your existence. I've not really gotten everything about it, but just know that it's going to be about your shape. Why are you here? The title might change. There's a way I work. I can say something now, and when it's time to implement it, I get a fresh inspiration for it. Yeah, so the title might change, but look out for the next podcast. Yes, that particular podcast will be airing. That particular podcast. Okay. I wish I can tell us the particular day that it will be airing, but it will be airing soon. It's coming out soon. So just watch this space. Watch M2M sessions. You need to know the reason why you are here. I have found mine. I know why I'm here. So I'm going to help every single one of you. Last year, doing an online interactive session which I host for young men to give them an opportunity to share their struggles, ask personal questions and get solutions, ask real life questions and get real life solutions. I made mention that I was going to be writing a book on how to discover your passion and your purpose. So we are going to start first of all with an audio podcast, with a podcast session before the book launches. So watch out for this space. That podcast will be coming also because, like I said, when you know why you are waking up every day, suicide will not be among the option. All right, finally, till I come your way next time, I send my best regards to every single one of you. Hello everybody. Welcome to another podcast episode on M2M session. So this is a bonus episode on the Confession of a Young Man season, and this particular episode is titled The Playboy. So for two major reasons, I've been trying not to talk about this particular thing. In fact, if you notice from the last episode, I had said that there would be no other episode on the confession. But as the week went on, and in fact earlier on today, there was something else I wanted to probably share away from the confession of a young man, because series of persons have already been reaching out, and I already have confessions from other young men, who have decided that they will share their story also. So, Confession of the Young Man season 2 will soon be out, and it's going to be the confession of young men. It won't be my story alone. So I'm giving a platform to every young man who has probably gone through a whole lot, different experiences, some persons similar, but I want them to also share their own part of the story. You see, when we talk about these things, we lift up the weight that we've been carrying for years. We open our scars to the world, and you see, it becomes a proof that we have healed. Yes, it becomes a proof that we've healed. Because if your scar can be touched and you feel nothing, it means the wound has healed. So therefore we become naked and not ashamed. So in the near future, someone may come and say, you used to do this, you used to do that, and we'll boldly tell them, yes, that used to be yours, but now we are different. We are a different type of person. We've changed. We are no longer that person. We've been transformed. We've changed for good. So this particular episode, trust me, it was really a struggle to have even accepted, when I was inspired to share it. It was really a struggle to even accept it and decided to do it. But nonetheless, here I am. Here I am about to talk about it. So I'll go as way back as when I was in secondary school. You all know my story that I was molested at the age of 2. Some of the things I did, I've already shared them as a result of the molestation. But this particular one is far from the molestation, because you see, while I was still in secondary school, class 3, what we call over here junior secondary school 3, JSS 3. That's when I was in my first relationship. Yeah, that was when I was in my first relationship. That was 12 years ago, way back in 2009. So it so happened that there were these 2 girls. The pressure, first of all, it started by, everybody in my class, where every guy around me, they were dating somebody. Everybody had a girlfriend. So it was either I was the odd one out, or I had to get a girlfriend. So there were these 2 girls that I saw them and I like, okay, I like them. My spec for a woman is fair ladies. Fair ladies. I think I've had a longer relationship with fair ladies than the dark ones. So how I got into my first relationship was, after I met 2 of them, I went back home, I wrote their names. Funny. I wrote their names on a sheet of paper, tore it apart, 2 different sheets of paper, and then I drew a circle on the floor. I drew 2 big circles on the floor, and I put their papers in the circle. I put their papers in the circle, and I took 10 steps behind me. And the plan was, I would run towards it, and I would jump, and I would land on one leg rather, and the leg with my eyes closed, and that happened. So I took 10 steps behind me, and I ran towards the 2 circles, and I jumped up. My eyes were closed, and I stretched out my right feet, and I landed. So when I landed, I opened my eyes, and I saw that I landed at the left circle. I'm going to say the name because majority of my friends already know the person. And the name of the young girl in the first circle. I wouldn't say the name of the second person because after the incident I never spoke to her about anything, So and it landed, and her name is Sophia. So that's the name of the first girl I was ever in a relationship with, and we dated for 5 good years. After the incident, I had to approach her the next day. Okay, no, I didn't approach her. I picked up my phone that same evening and I called her. Back then, we were using landline. Yeah, I don't know which phone she was using, but over at my house, only my parents were using. That was when Nokia 3310 touchlight Nokia was reigning, and we also had a landline phone. So I made the call to her, through a landline. I dialed her number and she picked, and then we spoke. I can't remember exactly how I proposed, but I just said it. Those sweet words and everything, then said it. Then the next day we met at the staircase in our school. We were in the same school, Unica International Secondary School. We met at the staircase, and that's where she gave me an answer. She said she was going to think about it. And then at the staircase we met, and she stood up, I stood down, just close to each other. Then she said yes. That was the first time a girl said yes to me. It really changed a whole lot. I felt loved. As a young boy, I felt loved. And then she gave me a peg. I'll never forget it. We were even too shy. We met at the close of school. School had closed. Yeah, so we were even so shy to even kiss. So she gave me a peg. I remember the first picture I ever took. I was doing a sports day. Snap, you need I snapped that picture. You need to see the way we stood to snap the picture. We didn't even start close. There was a ball in our middle. She stood on one side, I stood on the other side, then we held the ball. Okay. So we communicated through letters. We wrote ourselves love letters, We shared pictures with ourselves. She sent me pictures of her. Now I mean hard copy. You see, there was no smartphone back then. So she would send me hard copy pictures of herself whenever we meet, and send herself letters. I would also share mine with her. And she didn't stay up to SS3. She moved to another school, and then from there she moved out of the country. So we could barely see, So it became a long distance relationship. We would communicate as often as possible. And at some point, I just couldn't wait anymore. We were still dating, but I was also dating other persons. I don't know about her, but later on, in the process, I felt like, all my friends were telling me, guy, date someone else. This girl will obviously be dating someone else. We believe that if you're in a long distance relationship, date someone else. No partner can be faithful. So that is what I thought that way, because I was also doing it. It was later on, after we broke up, that I came to realize that, wow, this young girl did not date anybody. You see, I was the one that was going around playing around with people, till dates. I think after we broke up, she now dated one guy, and since then, and when you find a loyal lady, man. But it's not about that. So back to me. Before this, we turn to a love or a relationship podcast. So I'm talking about the Playboy now. So that's how the Playboy started. I couldn't wait, I couldn't deal with a long distance relationship. No, but trust me, right now, I had to go through a lot of processes. And before, I used to think that I won't do long distance relationship because of that experience. But now, whatever gives, if I find the one, we can deal, we can settle. So after I met another girl, now for that person, I would not mention their name. One major reason why I won't mention their name is because I can't remember all their names. Oh God, I can't remember all their names. I can only remember a few persons' names. No, honestly, sincerely, I have dated so many girls in the past that I can't even remember their names. I remember one person. we were so close. Everybody got to know us. We were so famous. We had the same name, you know. We would go back after school. She would come over to my school on Saturdays when I'm going to be preparing for exams. She would be there. She was like a perfect distraction, you know. So rather than me focusing on reading my book, I'll leave my house and tell my parents that I'm going to read. But I'm not going to read. I'm going to spend time with my girlfriend in class, because you know everybody was doing it. I mean, why will I be the only one going to class and then other of my friends, they are there with their girlfriends? So I came with my babe, you know. So that's what happened. So at the point I noticed that she was also cheating on me. So one of those days after we finished, I just gave her a plain flat breakup. It was very, very heartbreaking. Plain flat breakup in a cab. I would never forget her cousin called me. Like her cousin called me asking me to explain why I would break her. You know, her cousin's heart. No. She really loved me, I know that one. Despite that fact that she was cheating, you know. But what gave? So there were other persons, you know, there were other girls. I remember there was one other person. We never really dated, we just flirted, you know. I never asked her out, but it just happened. One of those nights, we just spent a very long time kissing under a tree. Wow. Then there's another person, I didn't ask them out, you know, I didn't ask her out. Still the same kissing also under the tree. There's something about tree, love. Then another day, there was another person also. She was so much into me. She wasn't making the move, but a friend of mine told me that this girl is crushing on you. I saw that as an opportunity, so I went in, you know. She took good care of me, you know. She really handled a lot of my needs. At one point we almost had sex in the house, but for the fear that, you know, her parents would come back early, so we just cut it short. We didn't go further. Then there was another girl in the picture, you know. I got to realize this one was also so much into me. I didn't also want to date her, so, you know, just took her on the ride. I remember one of those nights, as late as 8 p.m. I left the house, ran to meet her. Like it was a long walk. I went to meet her, you know. She was in a party, so she came out. We stood under the tree again and we kissed. Funny enough, the next person that I dated, you know, I don't want to talk about this tree thing again. What is it with trees? What is it with me and trees? So, you know, back then, you know, it felt like it was so easy. Most of them, I remember there were some situations where some of them, you know, they were so vulnerable at that point. They found me as a point, you know, they are talking to me, sharing some things with me, and in the process of me consoling them, you know, since they're all in tears, I would, you know, lean forward and then give them a kiss. I remember one girl, a friend of mine, my very good friend, broke up with her. So, you know, she was you know, in need of emotional need, and I reached out to her, consoled her. We saw the first day that we saw, you know, she was still, you know, crying. Why could he have done this? And she was my senior back in secondary school. I dated my seniors also here. So my senior, so, you know, I just went there and consoled her. I was in her house, you know, she sat on my leg. And then the next thing you knew, we were all over each other, and that's how we just dated, you know. And before it never lasted, you know. It was just for the fun. It was all about the fun. Just all about the fun. Yeah, I also remember someone else. There was someone while I was dating my second girl in the second girlfriend. This girl began to spread rumors about me, you know, to this my girlfriend. I think that was what made her to start cheating on me. So she started spreading rumors that I am asking her out, you know. I think they were both close friends, and at that point they were going through issues. They were going through issues. So in a bid for her to spite her, she said that I am now asking her out. You know what happens when ladies fight and quarrel. So she brought me into the picture, and the next thing, this young lady came and was confronting me. I was like, hey babe, I this girl you're talking about, I've never ever met her. I don't even know her from anywhere. And the news spread. The news spread everywhere. That and she didn't even say that I was asking her. She said that I was dating her. So this other girl, in a bit to get back at me, because she didn't believe me that much. A bit to get back at me, she dated someone else. It was for her on her part. I believe that it was a mistake. I believe it was a mistake, but because of that, it led her to go and date someone else to get back at me. So when she eventually found out that I didn't even know this girl, she was still trying to get out of the relationship. So in the process of her getting out of the relationship, the news broke out, and I got to hear that she was dating someone else. I confronted her. The mistake that she did was that she lied about it. She was not truthful. She dragged until I got her phone and I saw the message. That's when I started losing, the desire and the interest for that particular relationship, and that's it. So this girl that spread the news, I think like 3 years after I broke up with this her friend, I had to look for her. I looked for her. Man, you can't spread a rumor that I'm dating you. You can't lie about me. I have to make it true. That's how I was. If I hear a lie about me, and the lie is a sweet lie, you will not go scot-free, because I have to do it to be justified. That was how I was living my life back then, Yeah, so I went in search of her. I remember I took her to a fast food. I told her, I was like, wow, so you actually did this, you plotted this and all that. She apologized, she admitted to it. And after everything, there and there, I asked her out. My God. I asked her out. I asked her out. And she was like, let me think about it. And then I pulled the fast one on her, and I said, hey, there's something I've realized about you girls, that when you say you would think about it, you would not actually think about it, because you have already made up your mind when I've already asked. So you want to make it look like you are thinking about it. So can you tell me what the answer is? Because I know that what I'm feeling for you, you are also feeling the same thing about me. Smooth move. I nailed it. She said yes right there, and we started dating. It was a hot, sweet ride. However, it didn't last though. But for this particular person, 2 years ago, or is it last year? I can't remember. One of either of them. We kind of reconnected again, rekindled some old burning passion, went intimate, hooked up, but that was all. It was just a one night stand and nothing else. Since then, we haven't spoken again. So, I'm going to end it. Well, I'm going to end here, trust me. This is the few I can remember. It got to a point 2 years ago. I would just be meeting people on the road, and I would be like, wow, I had a thing with this person. Wow, I had a thing with this person. Wow, I had a thing with this person. So, a couple of years back, I think my life changed. My life changed and took a new shift. Yes, in 2013, 8 years ago. 8 years ago, my life changed and took a new shift, and I saw all the things I was doing, and I came to realize that this wasn't good enough. This wasn't good at all. So I had to ask myself, all these young girls that I am breaking their hearts, what if their father found out? Or what if in the nearest future I become a father and they are doing all this to my daughter or my daughters? As a father, how will I react? And I said, if I am the one, and if I catch any young boy that breaks my daughter's heart, I will chop your leg. I will chop your leg. What do you mean by that? But you see, I had to start thinking about the future. How will I react if I get to find out, if I get to find out that a small boy from somewhere broke my daughter's heart? Man, I'm gonna skin your ass. So I now told myself, Anna, yeah, if as a father you would not appreciate this, then trust me, their fathers will not also appreciate it. So don't do it anymore. So I had to ask myself, okay, so now how can I correct this? How can I prevent this? How can I prevent this from happening? Because people say, do unto others what you want to be done unto you. Yes. The way you would like to be treated, treat others too. It's a golden rule of life. It's a golden rule of life. So for the last 8 years, every young lady that has come into my life, I made up my mind not to take advantage of any one of them. Even when I had the opportunity to, even when my sexual urges were heightened, even when they were already falling head over heels for me, all the feelings I had for them, I buried it, I killed it, I strangled it. Literally. There were people that were found themselves in situations that their hearts were broken or they were going through some issues, and they would cry on my shoulders, and that was a perfect opportunity, to lean in and reach out, and re-engage the playboy. But I had to terminate the playboy early enough so that no boy would play on my daughters. Because you see, in life, everything starts with an investment. Everything starts with a seed. The plant, the tree that we see started as a seed. What you plant is what you will harvest. You cannot plant a mango seed and expect to harvest an orange tree. And expect to harvest orange from its tree. You cannot plant an apple seed and expect to harvest pineapple. No, everything starts with a seed. So I realized the seed I had planted. It took me just 4 or 5 years to plant that particular seed. I was a playboy for 4 straight years. 4 good years. I would have still been a playboy if not that my life changed, Yeah. So 2009 up until 2012, that's 4 good years. So by 2013, there were still traits of the playboy. I didn't change totally. It was a process. It was actually a process. I had to make up my mind that this will not happen to my generation. This will not happen to my generation. So I had to start sowing and start planting a fresh seed. And what was the seed? The seed I was planting was I would be there for every young girl that comes into my life. I would be a genuine friend to them. And I will also help them get out of messy relationships. You can ask some of my female friends, well, maybe, I don't know, probably, I don't know, if majority of my female friends want to testify about me, one thing they would say is that I helped protected them up against their messy relationship. Most times they did not really take my advice, but if probably after advising them and they still went on to do the wrong thing, I would always come back. I would never condemn them. I would be there to encourage them and tell them, wow, okay, let's move on. I would help them move on. There have been persons that had to help them break out of some messy relationship, had to go the extra mile, to even confront the guy in picture. I've had female friends that their male friends accused me that I was dating them, but you see, that was all to protect them. You see, these are the things that I have done to ensure that years from now, when I'm a father and I have my own kids, I will not always be there working with them. They would have their own experiences. But for the last 8 years, I have planted a new seed, which I am confident of that when my daughters are in need, when they are vulnerable, nobody would take advantage of them. Rather, they would have gifts of friends like I am. The same way I have been good friends to my female friends, the same way that my daughters would have good male friends that will be there for them genuinely. They've been persons I have liked, literally had feelings for them in the process. But I had to tell myself, no, this is not it. In fact, there were people that I thought that, okay, wow, I like this person, I want to be your boyfriend, I like to start a relationship with you. But after they said no, I saw that they wanted to keep me in their life and they had some things to shake. I stayed there and I helped them grow. No strings attached. I wasn't doing it because I want them to say yes. No. Genuine friendship, not because I want them to say yes. Some of them up to now, I'm not even dating them. Have been there for them as a friend, helping them grow, stand strong and firm. So that's the story of me as a playboy. I ain't playing no more than anybody, And I hope that as many of you who are listening to me, and you would also, probably you're tired of flirting, because you see, when you stay so much in flirting, when you stay so much being a playboy, it will be difficult for you to get into a serious relationship. See, this is one of the things that has prevented some guys from settling down early. Why? Because you've seen a whole lot of girls and you've not really defined your ideal woman that you want to spend your life with. The only thing that is running through your mind is just enjoying, flirting, flexing, enjoying them, and then going. And probably, just probably, when you may feel like, okay, it's time for you to get married, everybody that comes your way, you'll be suspecting them. You start thinking that no girl can be faithful to a guy because you've never been faithful to a guy, and all of that. Everything starts with a seed, It's never too late for you to stop being a flirt. It is never too late for you to stop being a playboy. Life is much more serious than that. Those pleasures, those enjoyments, there are much more greater things to conquer in life, So, I believe that season 1 of The Confession of the Young Man has really, really, really been a blessing to you and has really helped you. As many of you that have been reaching out, encouraging, I still look forward to hearing more from you people. So I send my best regards to every single one of you, and the world will also hear of your story.